Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 1. Roman. The city skyline looms over me as I step out of the boardroom. The towering glass and steel structures reflect the late afternoon sun, casting a sharp, almost blinding light across the urban landscape. I stride purposefully across the lobby, the clatter of my polished black shoes against the marble floors echoing through the vast, cavernous space. My phone buzzes incessantly, a steady stream of notifications reminding me of the deals waiting to be sealed, the land to be bought, the buildings to be erected. Each vibration is a reminder of my empire's constant hunger for expansion. I pull the sleek device from my pocket, glancing briefly at the screen filled with urgent messages and meeting reminders. Without missing a beat, I swipe to answer the call, my voice sharp and authoritative. "Roman Huntington," I say, my tone cutting through the ambient noise with precision. "Mr. Huntington, we have a situation with the West End project. The contractors are requesting an extension." "No extensions," I cut in, my tone brooking no argument. "We're on a tight schedule. Remind them of the penalties for delays. I want this resolved by the end of the day." "Yes, sir," comes the hurried response before I hang up, barely waiting for a confirmation. My mind is already on the next task, the next acquisition, the next challenge. As the CEO of Huntington Enterprises, I find myself constantly immersed in the dynamic world of media and entertainment. At 38, I stand at the helm of a conglomerate that commands respect and influence, with a portfolio spanning multiple television networks and film production companies. Each day presents new challenges and opportunities, and I relish the chance to navigate the ever-evolving landscape of the industry. In recent times, my focus has shifted towards a new endeavor: the real estate market. The decision to venture into this domain wasn't taken lightly. It required meticulous planning, strategic foresight, and a comprehensive understanding of market trends. As I sit in my office, surrounded by charts, graphs, and projections, I can't help but feel the adrenaline rush that comes with charting new territories. Expanding into real estate isn't merely about diversifying our portfolio. It's about seizing the opportunity to redefine the boundaries of success. I see it as a natural progression, a logical step forward in our quest for innovation and growth. With the same tenacity and vision that propelled Huntington Enterprises to its current stature, I am committed to making our mark in the real estate industry. I stride down the corridor, my presence commanding attention. Assistants and junior executives nod respectfully as I pass, their eyes reflecting a mix of awe and fear. They know I expect perfection, that I tolerate nothing less. I glance at my watch, noting the time. Every minute is accounted for, every second a step towards greater dominance. Reaching the elevator, I press the button and wait, my eyes scanning the floor-to-ceiling windows that offer a panoramic view of the bustling city below. The elevator doors open with a soft chime, and I step inside, continuing to field calls and issue directives. Each moment is an opportunity to fortify my empire, to ensure that Huntington Enterprises remains at the pinnacle of success. The skyline blurs into a streak of steel and glass as I navigate the city's labyrinthine streets. I pull up in front of Alex's office, a sleek, modern building that mirrors my own, and stride inside. The receptionist greets me with a nod, her eyes widening slightly as I pass. I don't bother with pleasantries. My time is too valuable. "Roman," Alex calls out as I enter his office. His space is a reflection of his personality: warm tones, tasteful artwork, and a large, inviting desk. But I'm not here to admire his interior decorating skills. Alex is in one of our satellite offices. I seldom visit him because he usually comes to my office when I summon him. "Alex," I responded, my voice clipped. "Let's get to it." Alex is my younger cousin. He's my only family since our parents passed away in a car accident. I may be cold on the outside, but I know Alex understands me well. I have my full trust in him. We gather around a large table strewn with blueprints, market analysis reports, and aerial photographs of the city. Alex spreads out a map, highlighting a section of town dotted with older buildings. "This area here," Alex begins, pointing to a cluster of properties. "It's ripe for development. Low cost, high potential, but the keystone is Serena's community center." I examine the map closely, noting the strategic positioning of the center. It's the heart of this neighborhood. If we control it, the rest will fall in line. I nod, my mind already calculating the profit margins. "We acquire that center and the surrounding properties will follow," I say, my tone decisive. "What's the current status?" Alex leans back, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Serena, the daughter of the owner, has been resistant. She's got a sentimental attachment to the place, but the area's underdeveloped. It's only a matter of time before she has to sell." I narrow my eyes, considering. "We need to move fast. Carrington's interested in this area too. If he gets his hands on that center before we do..." As I chat with Alex, he casually mentions Carrington's growing interest in the property. Alex, already deeply rooted in the real estate realm, seems unfazed. But to me, this piece of information is like finding a missing puzzle piece. Carrington, a heavyweight in residential real estate, is eyeing a move into the commercial sector. It's a revelation that sets off a flurry of calculations and strategies in my mind. The realization hits me like a bolt of lightning. Carrington and I are essentially racing to be the first to establish dominance in this specific area of the city. It's not just about seizing an opportunity. It's about outmaneuvering a formidable rival. With a sense of urgency, I immediately begin plotting my next move. Time is of the essence, and I can't afford to hesitate. If Carrington beats me to the punch, it could shift the balance of power in the real estate landscape, and I refuse to let that happen. I decide to leverage this newfound knowledge to my advantage. Instead of waiting for Carrington to make the first move, I'll be the one to take the initiative. I'll make an offer on the property before my rival even has a chance to react. Alex sighs, shaking his head. "We can't let that happen. We need to make an offer she can't refuse." I smirk, my mind racing with possibilities. Everyone has a price. Alex looks skeptical but nods. "We might need a different approach with her. She's not like our usual targets." I arch an eyebrow. Sentimental types are predictable. We just need to find her leverage point. Alex studies me for a moment. You might need to charm her a bit. Show her the benefits. Not everyone responds to numbers and logic." I laugh, a sound devoid of humor. "Charm? That's your department. I deal with reality." Alex chuckles. "You should try it sometime. Might surprise you." I ignore the jibe, focusing on the task at hand. "Set up a meeting with her. I want to understand what we're dealing with." Alex nods, making a note. "I'll arrange it. But Roman, just remember, this one's different. We might need to think outside the box." I nod curtly. "Understood. But make no mistake, Alex. That center will be ours. And when it is, this whole area will transform." As we wrap up our discussion, I glance at the map once more. The community center stands out, a small but vital piece in a much larger puzzle, and I intend to claim it, no matter the cost. We exchange a few more words, but my thoughts are already plotting my next move. As I walk away, I pull out my phone and start dialing. "Tony," I say, when my broker picks up, "we need to expedite our offer on that 5th and Elm property. Carrington's in the game, and we need to outmaneuver him." Tony's voice crackles with urgency. "Got it, Roman. I'll push things through as fast as I can. Anything else? Yeah, find out everything you can about Carrington's investors. I want to know who I'm up against. I hang up, a plan forming in my mind. Carrington might be a big name in residential real estate, but commercial is my territory. If he thinks he can waltz in and take over, he's got another thing coming. I arrive back at my office, the sleek glass doors parting as I step inside. The familiar hum of activity surrounds me, but my focus is laser sharp. I gather my team, laying out the details of our new strategy. We're going to secure this property before Carrington can make his move, I say, my voice firm. I want all hands on deck. Marketing, finance, legal. Everyone needs to be ready to act fast. My team nods, the intensity in the room palpable. We're all on the same page. This is more than just a deal. It's a statement. As the day progresses, I can feel the momentum building. Calls are made, documents prepared, and strategies refined. By the time the sun sets, we're ready to make our move. Carrington may have the name and the investors, but I have the drive and the experience. This is my city, and I'm not letting anyone take it from me. Game on, Carrington, I murmured to myself, a determined smile tugging at my lips. Game on.
Chapter 2. Serena. Ashton Carrington's imposing figure looms over me, his dark, calculating eyes locked onto mine as he leans in slightly, invading my personal space. His silver gray hair catches the light from the flickering overhead bulbs in the community center's hallway, making him look like a wolf poised to strike. The 40-year-old CEO of Carrington's Corporation, the business rival of the Huntingtons, insists on acquiring the community center. You know, Serena, you're being incredibly stubborn, he says smoothly, his voice dripping with charm that's as fake as his promises. This building could be the jewel of my new development project. Think of the opportunities for the community. I cross my arms, standing my ground. This center already provides opportunities for the community, real ones, not just your empty promises. His smile falters, just for a moment, before he regains his composure. You're making a mistake. I could make your financial troubles disappear. Just say the word. I'm not interested in your money, Carrington. I'm interested in keeping this place alive for the people who need it. His face darkens, and he steps closer, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper. Don't think for a second that you can keep this up forever. I will get this property, one way or another. I meet his gaze head on, refusing to back down. Get out of my center, Carrington. Now. He straightens up, his expression hardening. You'll regret this, he mutters before turning on his heel and striding out, his expensive shoes clicking ominously against the worn linoleum floor. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding, my hands trembling slightly. The door swings open, and Grace rushes in, her eyes wide with concern. I saw him leave, she says, her voice a mixture of worry and frustration. He looked furious. Are you okay? Grace Campbell, a short, petite black woman, is a part-time daycare worker of the community center who often helps me in managing this little source of income of mine. I know how much she wanted to work full-time, but she's well aware of my financial struggles. Thus, I sense that she is trying to understand. She's become a good friend. I nod, trying to steady my nerves. I'm fine. He's just relentless. Grace shakes her head, sighing deeply. Serena, maybe we should at least consider his offer. We're struggling. The center is struggling. I know how much this place means to you, but... No, Grace, I interrupt, my voice firm. This center was my parents' legacy. It's our legacy. I'm not selling out to someone like Carrington. She bites her lip, clearly torn. I just don't want to see you lose everything. I won't, I say with more conviction than I feel. We'll find a way. We have to. Later, as I pull up to the after-school care center, I take a deep breath, willing myself to set aside the day's tumultuous events. The parking lot is filled with parents, their faces reflecting the same mix of exhaustion and affection. I step out of the car, smoothing my coat and forcing a smile, determined not to let my worries seep into this precious moment. The room buzzes with activity, kids playing games, drawing pictures, and building with blocks. Their laughter and excited voices create a symphony of innocence and joy. It's a welcome reprieve from the relentless pace and pressure of my day. I scan the room, searching for Haley among the sea of young faces. My eyes finally settle on her, and my heart softens. She's sitting on a brightly colored rug, completely engrossed in a game with her friends. Her curly hair bounces with each laugh and movement, the vibrant curls catching the light and framing her face in a halo of energy and joy. She's holding a toy princess, guiding it through an imaginary castle, her friends following her lead with their own toys. The intensity of her focus, the pure happiness radiating from her, is a stark reminder of the simple pleasures in life. For a moment I stood there, just watching her. Her laughter is infectious, rising above the din of the room, a sound that never fails to bring a smile to my face. She's so immersed in her play that she doesn't notice me at first. Her joy is unrestrained, her imagination boundless, and it's in these moments that I see the world through her eyes, a place of wonder and endless possibilities. One of her friends says something funny, and Haley throws her head back, laughing with such abandon that it echoes across the room. I can't help but chuckle softly myself, feeling the last remnants of the day's stress melt away. As I watch her, I'm reminded of what truly matters: the deals, the meetings, the constant negotiations. They all fade into the background compared to this. This is real. This is what I worked so hard for. Seeing Haley so happy, so carefree, makes every tough decision, every sleepless night, worth it. Inside, the cheerful chatter of children fills the air. She's chatting with her friends, her curly hair bouncing as she laughs. As if finally sensing my presence, Haley looks up and her face lights up. She immediately abandons her game and runs towards me, her eyes sparkling with unfiltered joy. Every ounce of tension I've been carrying melts away in that instant. I kneel down, arms open wide, and she leaps into them, her giggles a sweet melody that drowns out all other concerns. "Mommy," she exclaims, wrapping her small arms tightly around my neck. The warmth of her embrace grounds me, reminding me of what truly matters. "How was your day, Princess?" I ask, ignoring the undercurrent of anxiety that still lingers. I stroke her hair gently, feeling the soft curls slip through my fingers. "It was amazing. We made a volcano in science class, and it erupted with real lava. Well, not real, but it was so cool." Her excitement is infectious, and I find myself genuinely smiling, the stress of the day momentarily forgotten. I take her hand, and we walk back to the car, her animated chatter filling the space between us. As we drive home, I steal glances at her through the rearview mirror, marveling at her innocence and the simple joy she finds in everyday experiences. The weight of the looming real estate battle with Carrington is still there, but at this moment, it feels manageable. Haley's joy and unguarded enthusiasm are reminders of the personal stakes I have in every decision I make. This fight isn't just about business. It's about securing a future for her, one where she can thrive and be happy. As we pull into our driveway, Haley's laughter echoing in my ears, I feel a renewed sense of purpose. The battle ahead is daunting, but with moments like these fueling my resolve, I know I have the strength to face whatever challenges come my way. "Mommy," she squeals, wrapping her arms around my legs. "Can we play princesses tonight?" "Of course, sweetheart," I say, lifting her up and planting a kiss on her cheek. "But first, let's get inside and make some dinner." At home, I focus on Haley, letting her infectious laughter, and boundless energy distract me from my troubles. Daisy, our loyal golden retriever, follows us around, her tail wagging and her eyes full of understanding. I tell Haley funny stories, making her giggle so hard she nearly falls off her chair. Daisy joins in the fun, nudging me with her nose whenever I start to drift into my thoughts, reminding me to stay present. After dinner, we play princesses, with Haley as the queen and Daisy as her trusty dragon. We laugh and play until it's time for bed. I tuck Haley in, her little face still glowing with happiness. "Good night, my brave princess," I whisper, kissing her forehead. "Good night, Mommy," she murmurs, her eyes already closing. As I close her bedroom door, the weight of the day settles back onto my shoulders. I head to the living room, where Daisy curls up beside me on the couch. I stroke her soft fur, finding a small measure of comfort in her silent companionship. Suddenly, my phone rings, shattering the quiet. I glance at the caller ID and feel my heart skip a beat. It's the security company. "Hello," I answer, my voice tight with anxiety. "Ms. Jones, we've had a report of a break-in at the community center. The police are on their way." I thank the caller and hang up, my hands trembling once more. The room feels eerily silent, the weight of the situation pressing down on me. I sit there for a moment, staring at the phone, letting the gravity of the revelation sink in. Carrington's interest in the property isn't just a minor inconvenience. It's a direct challenge, a threat to my vision and ambition. But then, as the initial shock ebbs away, something else takes its place. A steely resolve. I stand, my spine straightening and my resolve hardening. This center is worth fighting for, and I won't let anyone take it away from us. Not Carrington, not anyone. The adrenaline courses through my veins, sharpening my focus. I call my neighbor to watch Haley. When she arrives, I move with purpose, grabbing my coat from the back of the chair to prepare for battle.
Chapter 3. Roman. I step into the grand hall of the charity gala, the air thick with opulence and the scent of expensive perfume. Another pointless event where the city's elite pretend to care about causes. I tug at my collar, feeling the fabric constrict around my neck. I never smile at these things. There's nothing to smile about. As I navigate the crowd, my eyes scan the room, searching for any sign of Ashton Carrington. He's bound to be here, flaunting his charm and preying on potential investors. My grip tightens around my glass. I nearly collide with the short black woman, her petite frame almost lost in the sea of people. She stumbles slightly, and I instinctively steady her. "Sorry," she says quickly, looking up at me with wide, expressive green eyes. "I didn't see you." Her apology barely registers as I take in her appearance. Curly brown hair, fit build, creamy dark skin, and a face that radiates determination. She's gorgeous, but she's also a thorn in my side. Serena Jones. "Watch where you're going," I say curtly, releasing her. Her eyes narrow, and for a moment she looks like she's about to snap back. Instead, she mutters something under her breath and steps aside. "Roman Huntington," a voice calls out, and I turn to see a mutual acquaintance approaching. "I see you've met Serena Jones. She runs that community center I was telling you about." I offer a nod, my expression remaining neutral. "We've crossed paths." "Yes, we have," Serena says, her tone cool. "I'm here to find donors who actually care about the community." I raise an eyebrow. "Good luck with that. Most people here are more interested in saving endangered animals in far-off places." She glares at me. "Not everyone is as cynical as you, Mr. Huntington." I can't help but smirk. "Realistic, not cynical. Realistic?" She scoffs. Or just heartless. Our acquaintance, sensing the tension, quickly excuses himself, leaving us alone. I take a step closer, lowering my voice. Her delicate perfume wafts up to me, the feminine yet sultry scent making me pause for a second. "Heartless? I prefer practical. Speaking of which, I have a proposition for you." Her eyes flash with suspicion, I'm not interested in your propositions. You haven't even heard it yet, I counter. I'm willing to make a sizable donation to your community center. Her expression softens slightly before hardening again. Oh, really? She sounds sarcastic. And what do you want in return? Simple, I say, leaning in. Consider selling the center to me. You can stay on board and manage it, but it would be under Huntington Enterprises. Her eyes widen and then narrow, the green orbs shooting daggers at me. Despite the situation, I find myself appreciating the fire in them. You can't be serious. I'm always serious, I reply, my tone icy. She shakes her head, a fire igniting in her eyes. The community center is not for sale. It's not just a building. It's a lifeline for people who need it. I know a bit about Serena. She is the pawn here between us and the Carringtons. I don't need someone to buy the community center. I need someone decent enough to donate a sum for the people in the community center. Okay, it's up to you. Mr. Huntington, just so you know, there are elderly neighbors who come to the center every day for a warm meal and friendly conversation. Kids from low-income families who rely on the after-school programs for tutoring and a safe place to play. The community center is a refuge for so many struggling to get by. I nod, and she continues. The thought of it being sold off to the highest bidder fills me with outrage. I won't stand by and watch as greedy developers or politicians try to line their pockets at the expense of the vulnerable people who depend on this place. The center is the beating heart of our neighborhood, and I'll do whatever it takes to protect it. The community center stays open. End of story. I'm not backing down, not when so many lives hang in the balance. Everything is for sale, I say, irritated by her stubbornness and very long speech. You're being too emotional. And you're being a jerk, she snaps back. This center means more to me and this community than you could ever understand. She sounds so determined. I can't help but appreciate her beauty and forcefulness, even when she is angry. For a moment we stand there, locked in a battle of wills. I can feel my temper rising, but I force it down. I know that Carrington has an interest in the community center. I have to let this owner calm down a bit. I have to get this deal. Think about it, I say, my voice cold and controlled. My offer stands. I don't need to think about it, she says firmly. The answer is no. As I watch her storm off, a wave of irritation washes over me. Her defiant stance catches me off guard. I'd expected her to be more easily swayed, but the fire in her eyes tells me this is far from over. I clench my jaw, feeling my frustration mounting. Who does she think she is? Challenging me like this. This community center was supposed to be an easy target, a quick way to line my pockets without any hassle. But now, thanks to her impassioned defense, my plans have hit an unexpected snag. With a smug smile, I turn and walk away, already mapping out my next move. This is a game I know how to play, and I fully intend to win.
You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler. Chapter 4. Serena. The memory of Roman Huntington's icy blue eyes and his cold proposition lingers like a shadow over my thoughts. I sit at my desk, the community center's modest office, buzzing with the distant sounds of children playing and volunteers chatting. The donation he offered could save this place, but at what cost? I run my fingers through my curly hair, sighing deeply. The building holds so much more than just bricks and mortar. It's the heartbeat of this community, my source of income, and the legacy my parents entrusted to me. Yet, every time I think about the mounting bills and the looming threat of foreclosure, I see Roman's impassive face, or worse, Carrington's smug grin. "Mommy, look, Daisy and I are superheroes." Haley's voice breaks through my reverie. I turn to see her standing in the doorway, a makeshift cape tied around her neck, and Daisy wagging her tail, similarly adorned. I can't help but smile, my heart lifting at the sight. "You both look amazing. Saving the world one belly rub at a time, huh?" Haley giggles and rushes to my side, climbing into my lap. "We're here to save you from being sad." Super Haley to the rescue. I pull my daughter into a tight embrace, wrapping my arms around her slender frame. She melts into my hold, her body fitting perfectly against mine as I inhale the sweet floral fragrance of her hair. The silky strands tickle my cheek, and I can't resist nuzzling deeper, savoring the comforting familiarity of her scent. It's a scent I've come to know and cherish, a blend of vanilla, jasmine, and something uniquely her that never fails to soothe my senses. As I hold her close, I feel the tension seep from my muscles, replaced by a sense of peace and belonging. In this moment, with her in my arms, all the worries and stresses of the day fade away. It's just the two of us, existing in our own little world where nothing else matters. I tighten my grip ever so slightly, silently conveying all the love and adoration I feel for my precious daughter. She responds by snuggling closer, her head coming to rest in the crook of my neck. I can't help but marvel at how perfectly we seem to fit together. Burying my face in her hair, I savor the feeling of her heartbeat against my chest. The steady rhythm, a comforting reminder of her presence. She sighs contentedly, and I know in that instant that this is where I'm meant to be, holding her, cherishing her, being her mother. "You're the best superhero ever, you know that?" She nods earnestly. "What's wrong, Mommy? Why are you sad?" I kiss her forehead, the softness of her skin warm against my lips, and my heart aches with a mix of love and the weight of what I need to say. Her innocent eyes look up at me, trusting and expectant, and I feel the gravity of this moment pressing down on me. I search for the right words, but they elude me, tangled in the swirl of emotions and thoughts racing through my mind. How do I explain everything in a way she'll understand? How do I reassure her when I'm grappling with so many uncertainties myself? The weight of my responsibilities and the complexity of our situation seem too much to distill into a few simple sentences. Her gaze never wavers, her tiny hand clutching my shirt, grounding me. "Mommy?" she whispers, her voice tinged with curiosity and concern. "Just grown-up stuff, sweetie. Trying to figure out how to keep this place running." Her little face scrunches up in concentration. "Maybe we can have a lemonade stand. People like lemonade." I chuckle. "That's a great idea. Maybe we will." Haley's infectious enthusiasm lightens my mood, but as she runs off to play, the weight of the situation settles back onto my shoulders. I glance at Daisy, who looks at me with her big, trusting eyes and decides to talk things out. "Daisy, what do you think?" I ask, stroking her soft fur. "Should I even consider Roman's offer? I mean, he's offering a lot of money, but I don't trust him." Daisy tilts her head as if pondering my question. I sigh, continuing to pet her, finding comfort in her silent presence. "It's just so hard, girl. This place means everything to me, to all of us. But without the money..." My voice trails off, frustration and helplessness intertwining. Daisy nudges my hand with her nose, offering silent support. I chuckle, shaking my head. "You're right. I can't make this decision without knowing more. I need to confront him, understand his true intentions." I take a deep breath, steadying my nerves as I reach for my phone. With a trembling finger, I dial the number for Roman's office, my heart pounding like a drum with each shrill ring. After what feels like an eternity, his assistant's clipped voice finally answers, "Huntington Industries, how can I assist you?" I swallow hard, trying to keep my voice level as I explain my purpose. Yes. Hello. This is Serena Jones from the community center. I was wondering if it would be possible to schedule a meeting with Mr. Huntington. It's regarding the proposed sale of the property. There's a brief pause, and I can practically hear the gears turning in the assistant's head as they process my request. Then, to my surprise, they respond, "One moment, please." The line goes quiet, save for the faint clicks of a keyboard, and I find myself holding my breath, my palms sweating with anticipation. Finally, the assistant's voice returns. "Ms. Jones, Mr. Huntington would be pleased to meet with you this Friday at 2 p.m. Does that work for your schedule?" I exhale shakily, a surge of both relief and trepidation coursing through me. "Yes, that's perfect. Thank you so much." With that, we exchange a few more details before I disconnect the call, my heart still racing from the encounter. Now the real work begins. I have to make this meeting count, for the sake of the community center and everything it means to the people who rely on it. Steeling myself, I start mentally preparing what I'll say, determined to leave no stone unturned in my quest to save our beloved institution. This meeting could change everything, for better or worse. But one thing is clear. I won't let Roman Huntington intimidate me. I owe it to this community, and to myself, to face him head on.
Chapter 5. Roman. I slide behind the wheel of my Lexus, already irritated at the start of my day. The call from one of my construction managers as I was leaving the house only compounds my sour mood. "Sir, I wanted to give you a heads up. Acme Supply said they're not renewing their contract with us." He pauses, and I can hear the trepidation in his voice. "Word on the street is that Carrington has been pressuring them." I pinch the bridge of my nose, feeling a headache building. "I see. Thank you for the update." I end the call and toss the phone onto the passenger seat, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Carrington. That snake is always slithering his way into my business. Just as I pull out of the driveway, a loud bang breaks the quiet, and I feel the Lexus lurch to the side. Steam rushes through the hood, a slight hissing noise irritating my ears. I slam my hand against the steering wheel, letting out a string of curses. This day just keeps getting worse. Why of all days? Why now? I exclaim out loud. I'm scheduled to have a meeting with Serena. This is my chance since she is the one who called and scheduled the meeting at my office. But I'm stuck here with a broken car instead. Seriously? After an hour of waiting here, the damn tow truck finally shows up. As soon as I give the key to the tow truck driver, one of my assistants arrives with the rental car I had them fetch. Still, it is far too late by now to salvage this meeting with Serena. As I finally manage to catch a breath, I pick up the phone to call her, rehearsing my apology in my mind. This isn't just a minor slip-up. It is a significant lapse in professionalism and respect. I hate not being in control of the situation. When she answers, I can hear the quiet disappointment in her voice. "I'm so sorry," I begin, my words heavy with regret. "I know we were supposed to meet, but these unexpected events happened today, and I couldn't get away." I explain the situation briefly, not wanting to make excuses but to offer context. It's entirely my fault, I admit, feeling the sting of my own failure. I should have managed my time better, or at least found a way to let you know sooner. Her silence on the other end of the line is deafening. "I promise to make it up to you," I continue, my resolve firm. "Let's reschedule, and I'll ensure that this doesn't happen again." The next day, reluctantly, I make my way to the community center, my knuckles white from clenching the steering wheel. I step through the creaking door of the community center, my nose wrinkling in disgust as I take in the dilapidated interior. The peeling paint, the rickety chairs, the battered conference table. It's all so depressingly dreary. If it were up to me, I'd gut this place and transform it into one of my high-end grocery stores. Something that would actually bring in decent revenue instead of this sad excuse for a community hub. Serena is there, her eyes narrowing when she sees me. "Roman," she says, her tone clipped. "I'm surprised you rearranged the meeting." I cross my arms over my chest, leveling her with a withering glare. Despite my distaste for this place, I can't deny the thrill that runs through me at being in Serena's presence. "Let's just get this over with, shall we?" I say, my voice gruff. Serena regards me for a moment, then nods, gesturing to the rickety chairs. "Fine, have a seat." As I lower myself into the chair, I can't help but fantasize about tearing this whole building down, brick by agonizing brick. But Carrington has his sights set on this dump, and I'll be damned if I let him have it. This is my territory, and I plan to defend it, no matter how distasteful I find the idea of setting foot in this place. "All right, let's get down to business," I say, leaning forward. "To make it clear, I want this building, Serena. Name your price." Serena's eyes narrow and she shakes her head. "Absolutely not. This building is the heart of our community, and we're not going to sell it to the highest bidder. I'm really sorry. I called you because I wanted to discuss what you said during the gala." "So you want me to invest, then? You'll just manage the community center, which will be under Huntington Enterprise." "Not entirely. I want your investment for the center, and I'm willing to arrange some kind of partnership. But I'm not willing to sell outright and give up my claim." I let out a frustrated sigh, racking my brain for a solution. Then I remember the conversation I had with Alex the other day. He'd mentioned thinking outside the box, and maybe that's what I need to do here. What better partnership is there but a marriage? It's certainly far outside the box. I can sense that Serena would play hardball with any business arrangement. So why not offer her something completely different? "I propose the best kind of partnership, a strategic marriage." The words impulsively come out of my mouth. "As my wife, it will still be your property just as much as mine. We can even draw up a contract guaranteeing it returns to you whenever we divorce." "What?" She is as surprised as I am. I lean back in the creaky chair, surprised by my own suggestion. Marrying Serena for business reasons? It's a wild idea I never would have considered before, but the more I think about it, the more it makes practical sense. It won't be hers or mine that way, but ours. The only compromise we can agree on. And it will improve my reputation with the rest of the neighborhood, giving me an edge in future business deals. They don't trust me or Carrington, but they trust Serena, and they'll trust me as her husband. Serena's brow furrows, and I can practically see the gears turning in her head as she processes my proposal. "I don't see what that would do. What's in it for me, Roman?" she asks, her tone laced with suspicion. I hold up my hands in a placating gesture. "Hear me out. This arrangement would show the rest of the community that they don't need to be afraid of selling to me. They'll see that I'm not going to come in and change everything. I'll preserve the heart and soul of this place while also making it profitable." I pause, choosing my next words carefully. "Look, I know you don't trust me, Serena, but this could be a real opportunity for us to work together, to make this community center better than it's ever been." I can see the hesitation in her expression, and I hurriedly continue my pitch. Serena is a tough negotiator, and she's not going to be easily swayed. I'll need to be persuasive, but also willing to compromise. Perhaps I can offer her a larger stake in the renovated center, or even a leadership role in overseeing the project. The key is to make Serena feel like this is truly a partnership, not just me trying to strong-arm my way into owning the building. I need to assure her that this can work for both of us, with no tricks.
Chapter 6. Serena. I sit across from Roman, stunned by his unexpected proposal. A strategic marriage? The very idea takes my breath away. Roman's face is a study in calm determination, his eyes steady and unwavering as he awaits my response. His imposing form overwhelms my small office, stealing the breath from my lungs with his broad shoulders and impeccable suit. For a moment, I can't find the words. My mind races, trying to process the implications of what he's suggesting. A marriage, not of love, but purely strategic. A union designed to consolidate power and influence. I glance down at the table, my hands trembling slightly as I absently trace the rim of my glass. Roman, I don't know what to say. I manage, my voice barely above a whisper. My eyes meet his again, searching for any hint of hesitation, but he remains resolute. I understand it's a lot to take in, he says, his tone measured and calm. But think about it, Serena. Together, we could achieve so much more. Our combined resources and networks would be unparalleled. This could secure the future of the community center and so much more. His words hang in the air, heavy with promise and expectation. I take a deep breath, trying to steady my thoughts. The proposal is audacious, but Roman is nothing if not ambitious. I can see the logic behind his plan, the cold, calculated reasoning that has made him a formidable figure in the business world. Yet the personal cost, the emotional ramifications, are what give me pause. Roman, this isn't just a business merger, I say, my voice firmer now. We're talking about marriage. It's a serious commitment, one that goes beyond contracts and agreements. He nods, acknowledging my concerns. I know, Serena. But think about what we can accomplish. The community center is just the beginning. We could expand our influence, protect our interests, and create a legacy that benefits everyone involved. I lean back in my chair, trying to wrap my mind around his vision. The idea of a strategic marriage feels so foreign, so contrary to everything I've ever imagined for myself. But as I look at Roman, I see the conviction in his eyes, the unwavering belief in his plan. He's offering me a way to secure the future of the things I care about most, to fight against the encroaching threats that loom over us. But at what cost? The question lingers, echoing in my mind as I consider the path before me. This decision could alter the course of my life, intertwining my fate with Roman's in ways I never anticipated. I stare at him, trying to process the implications of what he's suggesting. Haley comes to my mind and occupies the entire space of it. I have a daughter. The words tumble from my lips before I can stop them. Haley is the most important person in my life, and any decision I make needs to take her well-being into account. Roman pauses, a brief flicker of surprise crossing his face. That's not a problem, he says, his tone casual, as if he's discussing the weather. We can make it work. I shake my head, my brow furrowing. I need time to think about this, Roman. It's a big decision, and I have to consider the impact it could have on Haley. He nods, his expression unreadable. Take all the time you need. I'll be here when you're ready to give me your answer. As I leave the community center, Haley's smiling face lingers in my mind like a bright, persistent memory. Her laughter, the sparkle in her eyes. These images are seared into my consciousness, overshadowing everything else. No matter how hard I try to push them aside, they remain a constant reminder of what's at stake. The rest of the day, I find it nearly impossible to focus on anything else. Tasks that usually command my full attention now feel like background noise, mere distractions from the thoughts swirling in my head. The proposal, with all its complexities and potential ramifications, weighs heavily on my mind. My thoughts keep drifting back to Haley, to the warmth of her smile and the innocence in her eyes. She has no idea of the battles being fought on her behalf, of the lengths I'm willing to go to protect her and our community. When it's time to pick Haley up from school, I drive there, barely noticing the traffic or the scenery passing by. Her face lights up when she sees me, and for a moment, the weight on my shoulders lifts. Her joy is infectious, and I can't help but smile back, even though my mind is still preoccupied. Later, I find myself at Grace's doorstep, Haley by my side. Grace is a daycare worker at the community center, and Haley's aunt, even if it's not by blood. She listens intently as I recount Roman's unexpected proposal over dinner. "A fake marriage?" Grace exclaims, her eyes wide. "Well, that's certainly an interesting proposition." I nod, wringing my hands. I know, it's so complicated. I can't help but wonder if it could be a practical solution, but I'm torn. What about Haley? How would this impact her? Grace purses her lips, considering my words. "Serena, you know I want what's best for you and Haley, and while this arrangement with Roman seems unconventional, it could provide the stability and resources you both need." Grace has a point. It isn't just the community center that needs Roman's cash. Haley and I are struggling too. As Roman's wife, with access to all his resources, I could give Haley things that before I could have only dreamed of. Maybe I don't love Roman, but I do love my daughter. I would do anything for her. Wouldn't this be an opportunity worth taking? I bite my lip, weighing Grace's words. But what about the emotional toll? Haley's already been through so much. I don't want to confuse her further. Grace places a comforting hand on my arm. "Honey, I don't think you need to worry about Haley getting attached to that man. He's got a heart of stone, from what I've seen." She chuckles softly. "But this could be an opportunity to take care of your daughter, to give her the life she deserves." As I drive home, Haley's sleeping form in the back seat, I can't stop thinking about Grace's words. Could this arrangement with Roman truly be the best solution, both for me and for Haley? I know I need to weigh the practical benefits against the ethical concerns. It's a decision that will impact both of our lives in profound ways. I sigh, glancing at Haley in the rearview mirror. For now, I'll sleep on it, trying to find the right balance between my head and my heart. As I pull into the driveway, the familiar sight of home brings a brief moment of solace. I sit in the car for a moment, the engine ticking softly as it cools. My mind races through the possibilities, each scenario playing out like a movie in my head. I see the potential successes and the inevitable challenges, the triumphs and the pitfalls. The prospect of moving forward is exhilarating, but the fear of failure is equally paralyzing. Eventually, I step out of the car. I pick Haley up and carry her to her room. The gravel crunches under my feet as I walk toward the front door. The house is quiet, save for the distant hum of the refrigerator and the ticking of the hallway clock. It's a stillness that invites reflection, but also amplifies the echoes of my thoughts. As I struggle to get a sleepy Haley into her pajamas, I notice a picture she drew hanging on the wall. It's of her and me outside our home, a loving tribute in crayon to her family. I only hope she can still draw such warm pictures if I allow Roman into the picture.
Chapter 7. Roman. It's been a full day since I made that ridiculous proposal to Serena, and I still haven't heard back from her. I pace my office, running my hand through my hair in frustration. I can't stop second-guessing myself. What was I thinking? Suggesting a strategic marriage? I let out a groan and reach for the scotch decanter on my desk, pouring myself a generous glass. As I take a sip, my phone buzzes, and I see Alex's name flash across the screen. With a sigh, I answer. "What is it, Alex?" "Roman, you sound tense. Everything all right over there?" I sink into my chair, swirling the amber liquid in my glass. "No, everything is not all right. I'm going out of my mind waiting for Serena to answer. It's been radio silence." Alex chuckles. "Ah, yes, your little strategic marriage idea. I have to say that's a bold move even for you. I know. I just I saw it as a way to solve all our problems. I can save Serena and her daughter from themselves, and it would give me an edge on Carrington. There's a pause on the other end of the line. Roman, are you sure that's the best idea? I mean, you can't control her, and you don't even like kids. This could end up messing up their lives even more, Dot. You have to understand that you have to care for both of them. I scoff, taking another sip of my drink. I know how to take care of people, Alex. I'm not a monster. I want that building, and I'll do whatever it takes to get it. Even if it means sacrificing an innocent woman and child. Alex's voice is laced with disappointment. I roll my eyes, feeling my temper start to flare. Look, I don't have time for your moral compass right now. I need that building. And if Serena's the key to getting it, then so be it. I'm not going to hurt them. Alex sighs heavily, the sound long and drawn out, as if he's trying to expel the weight of his frustration. Just be careful, Roman. This could backfire in ways you can't even imagine. I end the call without another word, the finality of the click reverberating in the quiet room. Frustration courses through me, and I down the rest of my drink in one long, burning gulp. The alcohol warms my throat, momentarily numbing the edge of my anger. The next morning I find myself back at the community center, pacing the lobby like a caged animal. My patience is wearing thin. I glance at the clock, tapping my foot impatiently. Where is she? I need to know her answer, and I need to know it now. Just as I'm about to march over to the daycare center and demand to speak with her, the door opens, and there she is. I straighten up, schooling my features into what I hope is a neutral expression. Serena, I greeted her, my voice carefully controlled. I was beginning to think you'd forgotten all about me. She offers me a small, hesitant smile, her lips barely curving upwards as if testing the waters. Her eyes flicker with uncertainty, revealing a mixture of hope and apprehension. The smile is delicate, fragile even, like she's unsure of how it will be received, but brave enough to offer it nonetheless. Roman, I've been doing a lot of thinking. I nod, gesturing for her to continue. And Serena takes a deep breath, her eyes meeting mine. I think we should discuss this further. In private, if that's all right with you. A surge of relief washes over me, and I resist the urge to let out a triumphant grin. Of course, I say, motioning for her to lead the way. Serena escorts me to her office. So what have you decided? I demand. Serena fidgets with the hem of her sweater, her gaze cast downward. It's a lot to take in, Roman. I mean, a strategic marriage. That's not exactly a conventional solution. I nod, crossing my arms over my chest. I understand your hesitation, Serena, but I truly believe this could be the best thing for both you and your daughter. I promise you'll live like a queen and a princess. I have a nice house. I'll provide for you. It'll be a perfect marriage to outside eyes. She looks up at me, her brow furrowed, deep lines etched across her forehead. Her eyes search mine, filled with concern and unspoken questions. But what about the emotional aspect for Haley? I can't just ignore that, Roman. I wave a dismissive hand. The emotional aspects can be handled. We'll make it work, Serena. I have the resources to ensure that you and Haley are taken care of, both financially and otherwise. Serena chews on her bottom lip, her gaze searching mine. And what do you get out of this, Roman? What's in it for you? I can't help but smile, a plan already forming in my mind. Let's just say, this marriage would be mutually beneficial. I'm not trying to take advantage of you. I'm being honest with you about what this will give me. She stares, not seeming to understand. I continue. As your husband, the community center is both of ours. That gives me the reputation I need with the blue-collar types I need to impress in this neighborhood. I won't be seen as a shark like Carrington anymore, not as your husband. Suddenly, everyone will want to work with me. That's all. I get what I need, and you and Haley get the stability and resources you so desperately require. Serena's eyes narrow slightly, I need more time to think about this, Roman. It's a big decision, and I want to make sure I'm doing what's best for my daughter. I nod, suppressing a sigh of frustration. Take all the time you need, Serena. I'll be here, waiting for your answer. As she turns to leave, I can't help but feel a twinge of unease. This isn't going to be as easy as I'd hoped. Serena is more perceptive than I'd anticipated, and she's not going to be swayed by empty promises of financial stability. I'll need to tread carefully, lest I risk losing everything. With a deep breath, I gather my thoughts and prepare to return to my office. The game is on, and I'm determined to come out on top.
I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 8. Serena. I sit across from Grace, our eyes glued to the spreadsheets and financial statements spread out on the table. The numbers are bleak, the outlook grim. Each figure on the spreadsheet is a stark reminder of the harsh reality we're facing. Revenue is down, expenses are up, and the margin for error is non-existent. As I scan the latest financial reports, The gravity of the situation sinks deeper. Every line item tells a story of struggle and setback. The projections for the next quarter offer no solace, only more challenges that seem insurmountable. No matter how we crunch the figures, there's simply no way for the community center to stay afloat without a miracle. It is too impossible to cope with everything. Grace lets out a heavy sigh, running a hand through her graying hair. Serena, you know what this means, don't you? I nod, my heart sinking. Roman, I murmur, the name leaving a bitter taste in my mouth. Grace reaches across the table, giving my hand a gentle squeeze. I know it's not an ideal solution, but he's the only one who can help us now. We need to swallow our pride and do what's best for the center. And for Haley. I chew on my bottom lip, weighing the options. As much as I loathe the idea of accepting Roman's help, I can't ignore the reality staring us in the face. The center is teetering on the edge of bankruptcy, and without a significant infusion of cash, it won't survive. And Haley? She deserves stability, a safe place to call home. I can't let her down, not again. With a resigned sigh, I nod. All right, I'll talk to him. Grace offers me an encouraging smile. I'll pick up Haley from school. You go take care of this. I give her hand a grateful squeeze before gathering my things and heading for the door. As I make my way to my car, my stomach is in knots. I've never stepped foot in Roman's building before, and the mere thought of it makes me feel small and insignificant. But I push down my doubts and insecurities, reminding myself that this is for Haley. When I arrive at the sleek high-rise, I pause for a moment, taking in the grandiose lobby and the well-dressed people bustling about. I suddenly feel utterly out of place. My worn jeans and faded sweater, a stark contrast to the polished, sophisticated atmosphere. As I approach the receptionist's desk, I can feel the woman's eyes sweeping over me with undisguised disdain. I'm here to see Roman Huntington, I say, straightening my shoulders. The receptionist arches a perfectly plucked eyebrow, the movement precise and deliberate. Her expression conveys a blend of curiosity and mild skepticism, her eyebrow forming a sharp, elegant arc. The gesture is subtle, yet speaks volumes. A silent inquiry paired with a hint of judgment that makes it clear she's assessing the situation carefully. Do you have an appointment? No, but I'm sure he'll want to see me. I do my best to sound confident, even as my palms grow clammy. She purses her lips, the gesture causing a faint crease to form between her brows, and eyes me skeptically. Her gaze narrows slightly, taking in every detail with a discerning look that suggests she's weighing my words and intentions. The skepticism in her eyes is unmistakable, a clear sign that she's not easily convinced and is carefully considering her next move. I'll see if he's available. After a few tense moments, she finally nods and gestures for me to proceed. Go on up. He's expecting you. I feel a surge of triumph as I step into the elevator, but it's quickly replaced by a wave of nerves. What am I doing here? Can I really go through with this? Before I can second-guess myself, the elevator doors open, and I'm standing outside Roman's office. I take a deep breath, straighten my sweater, and knock on the door. Come in, his deep voice calls out, and I push the door open, stepping inside. Roman is seated behind his desk, his piercing gaze fixed on me. Serena, he says, I was beginning to think you wouldn't show. Roman nods, gesturing to one of the plush chairs across from his desk. I nod, moving to take a seat, my heart pounding in my chest. My heartbeat is rapidly racing. This is it, the moment of truth. As I settle into the chair, Roman leans forward, his eyes searching mine. So, what have you decided? I chew on my bottom lip, studying his face, searching for any hint of sincerity. All right, Roman, I say, my voice steady despite the turmoil inside me. I'll do it. I'll marry you. I expect some reaction, relief, satisfaction, anything. But he just nods, his face a mask of calm. It's like he's discussing a business deal, not a life-altering decision. His nonchalance shocks me, and I have to remind myself why I'm doing this. I take a deep breath, gathering my thoughts. But I need you to understand something. I continue, leaning forward slightly. Haley is my top priority in all of this. I don't want her hurt by any of this. Roman's eyes meet mine, unflinching. I have no intention of hurting your daughter, he says simply. His tone is so matter-of-fact, his strong features immovable, that I blink in surprise. I press on, needing to make my point clear. I mean it, Roman. Haley's well-being comes first. If anything happens to her because of this arrangement... He cuts me off gently, his voice steady and assured. Serena, I understand. Haley won't be hurt. I may not be a father, but I understand that children have needs. She'll be well provided for and comfortable. I nod slowly, still grappling with the implications. His detachment is unnerving, and I can't shake the feeling that he's already compartmentalized us, me, Haley, our lives, into neat little boxes in his mind, but I have no choice. The community center, my ability to provide for Haley, it all hinges on this agreement.
Chapter 9. Roman. I feel pretty victorious, even if it doesn't show. Instead, I just round the desk and pull up the contract I already had drawn up. Serena watches me with a hint of annoyance as I take it out. Were you really that confident? She asks, raising an eyebrow. To have a contract before I even agreed. I take a moment to meet her gaze, then sit down in my chair, crossing my arms. I'm always prepared. Like a Boy Scout, I reply, a touch of humor lacing my tone. Her expression softens and she blinks in surprise before a small laugh escapes her lips. Did you just make a joke? She asks, amusement coloring her voice. I nod, feeling a sense of satisfaction at her reaction. It's a rare moment of levity, one that humanizes me even if I don't smile or laugh outwardly. Serena leans against the desk, folding her arms. You know, you're not as intimidating as I thought you would be, she comments, a teasing glint in her eyes. I raise an eyebrow, intrigued by her observation. Is that so? I reply, my curiosity piqued. She nods, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. Yeah, I was expecting a cold, heartless billionaire, but you're different. I tilt my head, considering her words. Different how? I ask, genuinely interested in her perspective. She hesitates for a moment, searching for the right words. Well, you're still serious and all, but there's a warmth to you, she admits, her gaze meeting mine with a newfound sincerity. I feel the flicker of surprise at her observation, but I quickly regain my composure. I suppose you could say I have many layers, I remark, a hint of amusement in my voice. Serena chuckles, the tension in the room dissipating as we share a moment of camaraderie. It's a brief glimpse into a side of me that few people see, the side that can appreciate well-timed jokes, even in the midst of a serious business deal. I lay out the terms of our marriage, one of which is taking a honeymoon to sell the media on the marriage. It's necessary for us to maintain appearances, I emphasize, meeting Serena's gaze with a serious expression. No dating other people. We have to play the happy couple in public and ensure the media buys into our story. Serena listens attentively, her brows furrowing slightly as she processes the weight of my words. So, it's all about the media? She questions, a hint of skepticism in her voice. I nod, keeping my tone measured and composed. Yes, it's crucial for the success of this arrangement. Our public image is everything, I explain, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. She sighs, her expression reflecting a mix of resignation and understanding. And what about our personal lives? She asks, her voice soft but insistent. We'll have to move in together, I state, meeting her eyes directly. But it's only for a year. After that, we can divorce. Serena's lips press into a thin line, and I can see the reluctance in her eyes. A year? She repeats, her voice barely above a whisper. I nod, a sense of determination coursing through me. Yes, a year, I confirm, my tone firm but not unkind. It's the best option for both of us. We will both own the community center. We will renovate it using my money, and once we make it profitable, we can split the income but ensure you keep the building. She nods slowly, the weight of the decision settling between us. I understand, she says finally, her voice carrying a sense of resignation. I reach out, gently placing a hand on hers, offering what little comfort I can. This is the best course of action for the both of us, I reassure her, hoping she sees the logic behind my decision. Serena meets my gaze, her expression softening slightly. I suppose you're right, she concedes, a trace of uncertainty lingering in her eyes. I give her hand a reassuring squeeze, silently acknowledging the complexity of our situation. We'll make this work, I say, my voice filled with conviction. Together. Serena pushes back on several points which I thought I would find irritating. Instead, I'm intrigued by Serena's strength and the way she doesn't back down from me. But a year is a long time, Serena protests, her tone firm but not confrontational. Why can't we just do the honeymoon and then go our separate ways? I raise an eyebrow, impressed by her directness. It's not just about the honeymoon, I explain, meeting her gaze evenly. We need to maintain the appearance of a happy couple to improve my public perception. That takes time. Serena crosses her arms, her expression thoughtful. And what about our personal lives? She presses, her voice steady. I pause, considering her question. It's not often that someone challenges me like this, and I find myself appreciating her tenacity. Moving in together is necessary, I reply, my tone measured. It's part of the deal. She doesn't look convinced, and I can see the skepticism in her eyes. Why? She asks, her voice soft but insistent. I take a moment to gather my thoughts before responding. It's about authenticity, I explained. We need to appear as though we're fully committed to this marriage, both publicly and privately. Serena nods slowly, considering my words. I understand the need for appearances, she concedes, her tone thoughtful. But a year seems like a long time to commit to something like this. I find myself nodding in agreement, surprised by her willingness to engage in this conversation. I understand your concerns, I reply, my tone softening slightly. But trust me, this is the only way it will work. Okay, she says finally, a hint of uncertainty still lingering in her eyes. But I'm going to need some assurances. I'm taken aback by her assertiveness, but I find myself admiring her strength. Of course, I reply, a sense of respect growing within me. I'm willing to discuss any concerns you may have. As we continue to discuss the terms of our arrangement, I find myself increasingly intrigued by Serena's resilience and determination. She doesn't back down from me, and instead of finding it irritating, I'm drawn to her strength. It's clear that she's not someone to be underestimated, and I can't help but feel a growing sense of respect for her. I lean back in my chair once she's asked all her questions and spoken her mind, feeling a sense of satisfaction at the compromise we've reached. There's one more thing, I say, meeting her gaze directly. You'll need to talk me up to some other business owners who are looking to sell. Serena looks surprised by my request, but she nods in understanding. Consider it done, she agrees, a determined glint in her eyes. Serena leans forward, her expression determined. And Haley's school needs to be taken care of too, she insists, her voice firm. I pause, considering her request. Education is something I hold in high regard, and I understand the importance of providing Haley with the best opportunities. All right, I concede, nodding in agreement. Haley's education will be taken care of as well. Serena's face brightens with a smile of satisfaction, and I can see the gratitude in her eyes. "Thank you," she says, her voice genuine. "I know it may not seem like it, given my, reputation, but I assure you I don't mean your daughter any harm." As we finalize the details of our agreement, I can't help but feel a sense of respect for Serena's dedication to her daughter's future. It's clear that she's a devoted mother, and I'm glad to have reached a compromise that ensures Haley's needs are met. We shake on it, sealing our agreement with a firm grip. "I'll send a moving company to your house on Saturday," I assure her, my tone decisive. Serena nods. "Thank you," she says, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "I know this isn't exactly a traditional courtship," I say, my voice low and measured. "But I assure you, my intentions are honorable. There's no trick here, Serena." I pause, a hint of a smile tugging at the corner of my mouth. "And perhaps, in time, you might even come to see me as something other than the grumpy, unfeeling businessman you think I am." Serena regards me for a long moment, then shakes her head with a wry chuckle. "We'll see about that, Roman." With that, she turns and slips out the door, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I lean back in my chair, a sense of satisfaction settling over me. This may not be the conventional business deal I had envisioned, but I believe it has the potential to be something quite remarkable. Serena is a force to be reckoned with, and I can't help but admire her strength and determination. With this arrangement, I'm going to renovate and develop this whole neighborhood into a business that will bring me a tidy sum of money. It's about time things here expanded into the modern age, and the people will be happy once they realize the benefits of having a wealthy businessman running the show. I just have to get them to trust me long enough for that to happen, and that's where Serena comes in. The people around here adore her. As long as I treat her like a loving, devoted husband, they'll be eating out of my hand.
Chapter 10. Serena. The moving company takes care of most of the heavy lifting, which is a relief. However, the moment I step into Roman's penthouse, the sheer opulence of the place hits me hard. The luxurious marble floors gleam under the bright lights, and the high ceilings give the space an expansive, airy feel. Everywhere I look, there are pieces of artwork that seem incredibly valuable, probably worth more than my entire old apartment. The grandeur of it all is overwhelming, making me feel somewhat out of place. As I take in the surroundings, I notice Haley standing nearby, clutching her favorite stuffed animal. Her eyes are wide with amazement, clearly captivated by the elegance and beauty of the penthouse. Meanwhile, Grace, who is always the organized and efficient one, is busy directing the movers. She skillfully tells them where to place our boxes, ensuring that everything is in order. "The bedrooms are down that hall," she says, pointing efficiently. Her calm demeanor helps to ground me amidst the chaos of the move. "Mommy, is this where we're going to live now?" Haley asks, looking up at me with a mix of excitement and apprehension. "Yes, sweetie. This is our new home," I reply, trying to infuse my voice with as much confidence as I can muster. Haley's eyes sparkle as she runs down the hallway, her footsteps echoing in the vast space. "Look, Mommy, my room has a big window." I follow her through the penthouse, my footsteps echoing softly on the polished floors. Eventually, I find her standing in a room that boasts floor-to-ceiling windows. The expansive glass panels offer an uninterrupted panoramic view of the city below. Skyscrapers, parks, and bustling streets create a mesmerizing tapestry of urban life, all bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. The sight is so breathtaking that it momentarily robs me of speech. As I take in the stunning vista, I notice Haley beside me, her eyes wide with wonder and awe. The same sense of amazement that I feel is clearly reflected in her gaze. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" I say softly, my voice filled with admiration for the scene before us. I kneel beside her, feeling a surge of affection and comfort. Gently, I pull her into a warm hug, wanting to share this moment of beauty and togetherness with her. "It's like a castle," she whispers, her eyes wide with wonder. "Can we see the rest of the house?" she asks, already heading back to the hallway. Daisy follows behind us, taking in the new location as well. As we walk through the penthouse, I start to notice small comforts, a cozy reading nook by a window, a spacious kitchen that feels like the heart of the home. Grace opens cabinets and drawers, making mental notes of where everything is. "This kitchen is a dream," Grace comments, her eyes lighting up as she inspects the modern appliances. "I don't even like cooking, but I'd be happy to do it if I had all this." Later, as we're settling in, I hear the front door open. Roman walks in, his presence commanding as always. He pauses when he sees us, his eyes locking onto Haley for the first time. Haley, ever curious, steps forward. "Hi, I'm Haley," she says, with the boldness only a child can muster. "Are you Mr. Roman?" Roman looks taken aback, his usual composure faltering. Yes. Yes, I am," he replies, awkwardly shifting his weight. "Do you live here too?" she asks, her head tilted to the side. "Yes, this is my home," Roman says. His tone isn't cold, but surprisingly matter-of-fact. It's like he's talking to a board member and not a child. Haley's barrage of questions continues. "Do you have any kids? What's your favorite color? Do you like ice cream?" He begins to answer the questions. "I don't have any kids." There's a brief pause before he continues. "My favorite color is blue." His voice carries a note of uncertainty, as if he's unsure whether he's providing the right kind of information. "And yes, I like ice cream." Seeing his discomfort, I step in. "Haley, why don't we let Mr. Roman settle in? We can ask him more questions later." "Okay, Mommy," she says, skipping off to her new room, satisfied for now. Roman exhales, running a hand through his hair. "She's inquisitive." "That's one way to put it," I say, unable to hide my amusement. "She's just excited." "Well, it's nice to have excitement around," he admits. As the day progresses, I turn my attention to creating a personal space within the vast expanse of the penthouse. I begin by arranging my books on a shelf situated near one of the large windows. The natural light streaming in will be perfect for reading. Next, I carefully place a few framed photos on a side table. These pictures, capturing cherished memories and familiar faces, bring a touch of home to this luxurious setting. This small corner of normalcy, amidst the grandeur, offers me a sense of comfort and familiarity. It serves as a soothing anchor, helping me feel more at ease in this new environment. That evening, as I tuck Haley into bed, she looks up at me, her eyes filled with trust. "Do you think we'll be happy here, Mommy?" "I think we will, sweetheart," I say, kissing her forehead. "I think we will." In the stillness of the night, I find a moment of peace in my little reading nook. The room is quiet, and the soft glow of the lamp casts a warm light on the pages of the book in my hand. As I sit there, I can't help but reflect on the events of the day. Moving into Roman's penthouse represents a significant change in our lives, one that comes with both excitement and uncertainty. The surroundings are luxurious and grand, a far cry from what we're used to. Yet, as I think about it, I realize that having Haley and Daisy with me makes the transition feel manageable. I am confident that we will find our way and make this new place feel like home.
Chapter 11. Roman. I glance at my watch for the 10th time and let out an annoyed huff. She's late again. Ever since Serena and her daughter moved in 2 weeks ago, my meticulously organized schedule has been thrown into chaos. I grip my coffee mug, the warmth barely registering through my irritation. The girl has no respect for punctuality. My eyes drift to the family room where Haley sits surrounded by crayons and paper. Her little tongue pokes out in concentration as she scribbles furiously. The dog, Daisy, lies nearby gnawing on a bone, tail thumping. I watch them for a moment, still struggling to grasp this new dynamic in my home. Haley glances up and gives me a gap-toothed grin. "I'm making you a picture, Roman." I give a stiff nod, taken aback. No one outside of business associates calls me by my first name, but the girl seems unaware of decorum, chattering at me about her artwork. She slides off the couch and skips over to me, brandishing her drawing. "See? It's you and me and Mommy and Daisy." I stare down at the chaotic swirls of color meant to represent people. She stares up expectantly. I search for an appropriate response. "Very nice." Her smile grows impossibly wider. "I'm gonna put it on the fridge." Before I can react, she darts off to the kitchen. I watch her go, filled with unfamiliar emotions. The fridge was once pristine, hosting only schedules and menus. Now it overflows with crayon art and report cards, evidence of life infiltrating order. The elevator doors slide open, and Serena enters carrying groceries. Daisy bounds over for obligatory face licks while Haley wraps herself around her mother's leg. Serena smiles down at them, greeting me briefly. I give a curt nod and make my exit before I get sucked into the chaos. I ensconce myself in the study, comforted by the familiar space. Running an empire requires strict control. Yet this 5-year-old has turned my world upside down. I stare blankly at budgets and proposals, thoughts drifting. To the sparkle in her eyes when she laughs, the warmth seeping into my days, her tiny hand slipping into mine. Voices filter in from down the hall, Serena's melodic tone as she reads Haley a story, the deep thrum of Daisy's bark joining in dramatic moments. Then, Haley's high-pitched giggles. Unexpected responses well up in me, a loosening in my chest, an upward tug at my mouth. With a start, I realize I'm straining to hear more. This will not do. I left the door ajar, an oversight. I cross the room and ease it gently closed, shutting out the chaotic joy. But muted sounds still reach me. Try as I might to focus, warmth spreads through my being. Later, I emerge for dinner. Haley bounces in her seat, chattering about her day. Daisy sits alert for scraps. And Serena, gentle amusement dances in her eyes. We eat in companionable silence. The scene should not seem so right. An image persists of tiny arms enfolding my legs in a hug, trusting and unguarded. With a resigned sigh, I acknowledge the truth. Life amongst this little family has awakened something in me. A flicker of light in my darkness. I find myself drawn like a moth to its warmth. 1 week later, the day has arrived. The sham wedding meant to solidify my business ambitions. I adjust my tie, the silk smooth beneath my fingers. A necessary performance for the sake of appearances. My assistant briefed the media on every detail of the venue and guest list. Their vultures circle, eager for a glimpse into the impenetrable life of Roman Huntington. I will give them one, a carefully curated glimpse, enough crumbs to satisfy their ceaseless hunger. Voices sound outside my door of Alex and the other groomsmen laughing. I tune them out. I am here for one purpose. All other considerations are superfluous. A hush falls over the crowd as the string quartet begins Pachelbel's canon, a wedding standard. It seemed appropriate. I fix my gaze forward and wait. The bridesmaids begin their measured procession, clad in tasteful champagne chiffon. My breath catches as a smaller figure trails behind. Haley follows, clutching a basket of rose petals, wearing a dress of a similar champagne hue, her hair adorned with flowers. A vision of childhood innocence. My practiced facade nearly slips. Daisy prances along, tail waving jauntily, tongue lolling in a doggy grin. She scatters petals with more enthusiasm than precision. Delighted laughter ripples through the guests. Haley joins in, skipping and twirling with carefree joy. Something clenches deep within me at this display. An unfamiliar sentiment I cannot name. I should maintain composure, but my eyes cling to the scene. This makeshift little family approaching to bind their lives to mine. However temporarily. Haley skips up beside me, face alight. "I did my special job, Roman," she whispers. I nod, the strange pinch within my chest returning. "You did well," I murmur. Her answering smile sears itself into my mind. The bridal march begins, the first note sending a hush through the hall. I straighten, eyes fixed ahead even as the bridesmaids make their entrance. A barely perceptible stir goes through the crowd, and I know she has appeared. I allow myself a glance. The sight steals my breath. Serena glows in her ivory gown, a vision of elegance. Her grace and poise as she starts the journey toward me stuns me. In this moment, all else fades until only she exists. Her radiant smile, her gliding steps, the way the dress caresses her figure. It all imprints on my mind. I cannot tear my eyes away, struck by how perfectly she embodies the role of the bride, even if this marriage is but a performance. I expect no emotional reaction, but find myself transfixed. She is resplendent, beautiful, everything I never knew I wanted in a wife. The guests fade into a blur around her. For once, my thoughts still, and I simply experience the moment. Watching this captivating, maddening, defiant woman approach to bind her life to mine. However temporary, in this instant I feel the significance. A subtle shift in my soul I'll examine later. For now, I stand transfixed as she nears. Serena, a vision in white, ascends to take her place by my side. For show or not, in this singular moment, it feels fated, as though this is exactly where she belongs, walking toward me. Serena takes her place, elegant and composed. The officiant recites time-worn vows. We echo them flawlessly. Rings are exchanged, the cool metal now adorning my left hand. A glimpse of Daisy sneaking under the first pew elicits a quiet chuckle from guests. "I now pronounce you husband and wife." Serena and I turn to the crowd, her arms slipped through mine. Husband and wife, an affiliation wholly foreign to me. Yet with her hand resting lightly on my sleeve, it feels right. We parade back down the aisle as man and wife, Haley dancing circles around us. Everyone applauds happily. If only they knew the reality behind this pageantry. But we play our parts flawlessly. The reception passes in a blur of faces and camera flashes. Amidst it all, my newly proclaimed family remains close. Haley never strays far, refusing to wind down despite the late hour. Her energy seems boundless. Daisy shadows her faithfully, tail wagging whenever Haley glances her way. Serena's subtle glances both bolster me and unlock something I do not understand. The music transitions into an upbeat jazz number, an excuse to whisk Serena into an energetic foxtrot. I lead with practiced ease, spinning her through quick turns and dips. A smile plays at her lips as I pull her close. For the sake of appearances, of course. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice Haley watching eagerly from the edge of the dance floor. The song ends, and I defer to Serena. She laughs, bright and melodic. "I think someone else wants a turn with you," she says, glancing pointedly at Haley. Haley grasps my hand, bouncing with anticipation. The next song holds a playful melody. Haley immediately breaks into a silly, uncoordinated dance, pulling me along. "Spin me, Roman," she insists. With grave concentration, I gently twirl her, and she dissolves into delighted giggles. Despite myself, I feel my mouth twitch upwards. Serena notices. "Look at that," she teases, almost a real smile. I quickly school my features back to careful neutrality. "Simply entertaining your daughter," I reply smoothly. But we both know Haley's joy is infectious. Several songs later, Haley's energy finally winds down. A slower tune plays, and Haley sways gently, eyes drooping. "May I cut in?" Serena asks softly. I nod and relinquish the now sleepy child. Serena presses Haley close, swaying in time to the melancholy melody. One hand gently strokes her hair. Haley murmurs something I cannot hear, and Serena smiles tenderly. A private moment between mother and child. I feel I'm intruding and turn away. A hand on my arm stops me. Serena. Haley slumbers against her shoulder. "One more dance?" Serena asks. I acquiesce, leading her in a graceful box step. Haley's warm weight between us is strangely comforting. The song ends regretfully soon. Serena meets my gaze. "Thank you," she says simply. I understand her meaning, my respect for their bond, letting Haley dance, all of it. I bow my head in acknowledgement. It's time to leave this charade of a wedding. Haley rouses reluctantly as I gather her up. Tiny fists clutch my jacket in sleepiness and trust. Serena's hand brushes my back as we walk out. A public show of unity, but feels like more. In the darkened car, streetlights glint across Serena's face, deep in thought. Haley slumbers peacefully. The wistful melody from our last dance echoes in my mind, and I allow myself to remember the smiles we shared, to see beyond the artifice and embrace this new dimension to my life. Perhaps appearances align with truth just this once. Whatever tomorrow may reveal, tonight I am content to simply be. A man with his family, bound by growing ties I cannot yet give name to. But their warmth and light have slipped past my defenses nonetheless.
Chapter 12. Serena. I zip up my suitcase with more force than necessary. This honeymoon getaway was part of the deal, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. Leaving Haley, even just for a few days, fills me with unease. At least Grace readily agreed to dog and babysit. She's currently sprawled on the bed playing Go Fish with Haley, while Daisy wags her approval. I manage a tense smile at their antics. Grace meets my gaze with understanding. Haley will be just fine, she says gently. We're going to have a blast together, isn't that right, Munchkin? Haley nods happily and Grace laughs. See? No long faces allowed. I sigh, wishing I shared her carefree optimism. Instead, my thoughts swirl with worry. What if Haley needs me, has nightmares, misses our bedtime routine? And being alone with Roman, that certainly brings no joy. This trip already feels like a mistake. Grace gives me a pointed look. Serena, you need this getaway. When was the last time you took a vacation, I open my mouth to argue, but realize I can't recall. Between work and raising Haley alone, personal time is scarce. Look, it's just a few days at some swanky resort, all expenses paid. You deserve a little break. And weren't the perks he could afford for you and Haley part of why you agreed to this whole charade? I nod reluctantly. As much as I'd rather avoid Roman, maintaining appearances is critical. The storybook wedding must be followed with a dreamy honeymoon for the sake of our deal, even if it's just for show. Grace playfully nudges my shoulder. Who knows, you two might even thaw that icy facade of his. Stranger things have happened. I have to laugh at that. Roman voluntarily thawing out? About as likely as Daisy giving up fetch. But Grace's good humor lifts my mood. The intercom buzzes, telling us the car has arrived. Haley bounds over and wraps herself around my legs. Don't worry, Mommy. I'll take good care of Daisy. I smooth back her curls and kiss her forehead, breathing in that precious baby scent one last time. After multiple hugs and final reassurances from Grace, I head downstairs alone. The sleek town car waits at the curb. My husband in name only is already seated inside, but as the car pulls away, I feel her absence like a missing limb. My brave girl, facing our first real separation. The only balm is knowing Grace will keep her and Daisy safe, and soon I will be back where I belong, with my little family. For now, I must play the doting newlywed, but in my heart, already I am counting down the moments until I'm home. The sleek private jet awaits on the tarmac. I take a deep breath and steel myself to board. Flying has never been my favorite activity. The liftoff bumps and odd noises amplify my anxiety tenfold. Roman strides up the steps, oozing cool confidence. No signs of apprehension from him. I follow slowly, trying to match his relaxed demeanor. The cabin interior provides ample space and luxury accommodations, clearly custom designed for important clients like Roman. Flight attendants in crisp uniforms greet us cheerfully. Despite the opulent setting, my stomach churns as the engines rev up. Roman settles into his plush leather seat and immediately pulls out a sheaf of documents. I watch the ground fall away as we soar skyward. Tiny cars and buildings blur into abstract shapes. Each bit of turbulence ratchets up my tension. I close my eyes and concentrate on breathing steadily. You seem distressed. Roman's matter-of-fact voice interrupts my measured inhales. I'm fine, just not a fan of flying, I reply tightly, avoiding his scrutinizing gaze. Admitting weakness does not come naturally around him. Silence falls between us again. Then quietly, would conversation help distract you? I turn in surprise at this uncharacteristic offer. Roman meets my eyes steadily. I realize he's trying, in his awkward way, to help me through this. Slowly, I nod. He begins describing his latest business venture, some real estate acquisition. His smooth cadence washes over me, oddly soothing. Underneath the business jargon, I sense his attention remains on my comfort. The genuine care beneath the gesture touches me. When we hit a patch of turbulence, he deftly shifts to reminiscing on places he's traveled, keeping the narrative flowing calmly. As if on cue, an attendant brings hot tea and warm towels. The rest of the flight passes pleasantly between sips of chamomile and Roman's descriptions of far-flung locales. By the time we descend, the knot in my chest has unfurled. We disembark on a small tropical island, all palm trees and turquoise waters, the very picture of paradise. Roman turns to me. I hope the flight proved tolerable. His eyes hold a question. It was nice. Thank you. The words feel inadequate, but Roman simply nods. Shall we proceed to the resort? I take his proffered arm. Whatever this trip holds, perhaps we've turned an unexpected corner. He showed me care in his own restrained way. As we walk towards the smiling resort staff, I feel the first stirrings of something new between us. Not friendship, not yet, but possibility. The resort is the definition of over-the-top luxury. Everything from the gleaming marble floors to the elaborate flower arrangements oozes wealth. I gaze around, feeling out of place. My practical flats and simple sundress can't compete with the designer outfits and jewelry on display. Roman, of course, blends perfectly into these lavish surroundings. The decor seems designed specifically to appeal to billionaires like him. No expenses spared for the elite clientele. We're shown to a palatial suite with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the crystalline blue ocean. The bellhop unloads our luggage with efficient discretion. As soon as he leaves, I let out a low whistle. This is... wow. You weren't kidding about high-end. Roman surveys the accommodations with detached approval. Only the best for a Huntington. Appearances must be maintained. I wander through the suite, peeking at the spa-like bathroom and fully stocked bar. Fine dining menus sit next to the phone, promising anything we desire at the touch of a button. The opulence is staggering. Roman checks his watch, ever precisely on schedule. I've booked you a massage at the spa this evening. But first, let me show you around the island. I can't help but laugh. Is this part of the honeymoon checklist? Keeping up the doting groom pretense? He frowns. Not at all. I thought you might appreciate seeing the local culture and natural beauty here. His matter-of-fact reply takes me aback. Roman making an effort to show me a nice time? Unprompted? Either it's an act for hidden staff eyes or he actually cares if I enjoy myself. The latter possibility is somehow even more surprising. Well, in that case, I'd love a tour, I say warmly. We spend the afternoon exploring lush jungles and sampling flavorful street food from the local vendors. With dry wit, Roman shares surprising knowledge of the region's history and ecology. Away from business dealings, this thoughtful side of him emerges. Roman leads us to a weathered cafe, its paint faded but cheerful. They have the best coconut pancakes on the island, he remarks, holding the door for me. Inside, an elderly man greets Roman with familiarity. I learned this was a cherished vacation spot for his family before the accident. He kept returning over the years, though only with staff. Still, the island clearly holds meaning for him. I'm touched that he wants to share this place with me. We order pancakes topped with mounds of toasted coconut. The sweet floral flavors elicit an involuntary from me. Roman's lips quirk up ever so slightly. Delicious, right? He asks. Absolutely. No wonder this is your favorite, I reply, hoping to coax another near smile from him. His expressions of joy are so rare and fleeting. We chat comfortably as the surf murmurs outside. For a fake honeymoon, it feels surprisingly real. Afterwards, we stroll the beach barefoot, shoes clutched in our hands. I wiggle my toes in the foam, playfully urging Roman to do the same. He hesitates before carefully rolling up his pant legs. I have to laugh at this poised billionaire, cautiously dipping his feet in the surf. Doesn't it feel lovely? I ask. It's pleasant, he allows. Was that another twitch of a smile? We walk aimlessly as he shares childhood memories, learning to swim, collecting shells, building castles, glimpses into a happy past. I sense his guard lowering slightly here. This place reveals hidden depths beneath that polished facade. It makes me wonder what else lies undiscovered within him. Thank you for sharing this special spot, I say sincerely. He looks at me for a long moment. Of course. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. And for an instant, I see the man he was, carefree and bright, toes in the surf. Exhausted but happy after a long day, I get ready for the spa while Roman makes phone calls from the balcony, probably checking on his empire back home. I luxuriate in a sea salt exfoliation and massage, concern for Haley pushed temporarily aside. Maybe Grace was right. I could use some pampering. After my spa treatment, Roman suggests a restaurant by the beach. I agree, the massage leaving me blissfully relaxed. Soft candlelight and the whisper of palm fronds greet me as I step onto the beach. A cozy table for two awaits, white linens fluttering in the breeze. Crystal wine glasses wink in the moonlight. Roman pulls out my chair with gentlemanly care. I thank him, touched by the effort for ambiance. This feels eons away from our tense contract negotiations a few weeks prior. A white-gloved waiter presents an impressive spread. Grilled mahi-mahi with pineapple salsa, coconut rice, and tropical fruits. Between bites, Roman asks about my work at the community center. I share stories of our programs and the lives they impact. How Ms. Alvarez finally left her abusive husband thanks to our workshops. I share the story of Jose getting his GED after years of setbacks. Roman listens intently, those piercing eyes fully focused on me. In turn, I ask about his globe-trotting travels for Huntington Corporation. He describes the negotiations and the cultural nuances, talking about navigating local bureaucracy in each country. Despite his wealth and power, I sense his pleasure at sinking his teeth into a complex deal. The challenge energizes him. I must sound like a workaholic, he says ruefully, refilling our wine glasses. No, it's interesting. Clearly you love the thrill of the game, I reply. He considers this and nods. I study his sharp features, softened in the candlelight, Most only see the billionaire, CEO, and philanthropic legacy. But under the polish, a flesh and blood man inhabits the icon others created, one who contains multitudes like all of us. It heartens me. As the moon arches across the sky, I stifle a yawn. The whine and steady roar of waves has made me pleasantly drowsy. Roman notices immediately. My apologies for keeping you up. Please get some rest. He escorts me back to the suite, ever the gentleman. At the door, he bids me good night with a deferential tilt of his head. I watch his retreating figure, pensive. Sharing stories over dinner revealed new dimensions to this man who is now my husband. He is a man raised in luxury, yet still tenacious. Coolly detached, yet kind in his manner. An enigma, still inscrutable in many ways. But cracks have begun to show in that aloof facade. Glimpses of his past, his passion for work, effort made for my comfort. These provide missing pieces of his puzzle. I'm surprised to realize that I'm curious to piece together more.
Chapter 13. Roman. I sip my morning espresso, scanning the headlines as usual. Across the bistro table, Serena samples exotic fruits from the spread before us, their juices glistening on her lips. Roman, you have to try this! She holds out a slice of dragon fruit, its fuchsia pulp studded with black seeds. It's so cool looking and sweet, too. I accept it dubiously. The flavor bursts refreshing and subtly sweet on my tongue. Pleasant, though fruit will never replace coffee as my breakfast staple. Serena's eyes sparkle, awaiting my verdict. Well, isn't it delicious? It's quite refreshing, I admit. She rewards me with a dazzling smile that momentarily transfixes me. Her open delight over simple pleasures is like the sun emerging from behind clouds. We continue breakfast at the bistro companionably, as Serena exclaims over papaya, mangoes, coconut jelly. Each new item elicits her joyful appreciation, a refreshing outlook I lost long ago. Watching her, I realize how much she's relaxed since our arrival. That first day, tension radiated from her slender frame. Now her features are smooth, shoulders loose, quick laughter bubbling up often. I'm reminded of seeing her that first morning in my kitchen, hair mussed but eyes bright with defiance, fearless before my glower. A fierceness that captivated me. Now at last it emerges again, her fears soothed away by this place. And perhaps by me. The revelation brings an unfamiliar sensation, satisfaction at being the one who put her at ease, followed swiftly by protectiveness. Strange instincts for a man who shuns attachment. Yet somehow this woman has slipped past my defenses. Serena holds up a starfruit slice, its shape a perfect 5-pointed star. This is so cool. I had no idea fruit could look like this. Her genuine enthusiasm and wonder over something so simple as the shape of a fruit is admittedly charming. I feel the corners of my mouth turn up as I watch her devour the starfruit with relish. Tart but delicious, she declares. You have to try it, Roman. I let her place a slice in my palm, its bright yellow points cheerfully geometric. She watches, eager for my reaction as I sample it. Interesting texture, I remark, and a pleasing balance of sweet and tart. For some reason, I don't admit that I've eaten this fruit hundreds of times. Serena's eyes light up at my assessment. Right? Amazing what marvels nature can produce. Her joy and spirit are so infectious, I can't restrain a short laugh. It's the first time I've genuinely laughed in, I can't recall how long. No one has disarmed my stern facade so effortlessly in years. Yet Serena's simple zeal for life is hard to ignore. My phone buzzes on the linen tablecloth. Serena glances at the caller ID, and her face lights up. It's Haley. She angles the phone so we both appear on the video call. Mommy, Roman! Haley's sweet face fills the screen. Her enthusiasm makes something twist sharply in my chest. We miss you, baby girl, Serena says. Behind Haley, I glimpse Daisy's inquisitive snout peeking into view. Daisy misses you too, Haley declares. She kept sniffing your shoes yesterday, but don't worry, I gave her lots of belly rubs so she wouldn't be sad. I feel an unexpected pang at that. The hound's loyalty is evident even from afar. We miss Daisy, too, I hear myself say, but it seems you're taking excellent care of her. Haley beams at the praise. She regales us with tales of their adventures, trips to the dog park, sleepovers with stuffed animals, and baking cookies with Grace. Her spirited stories make me realize how much I've come to depend on her innocent warmth each day. An echoing space has opened this week without her bright chatter filling it. Even the dog's goofy antics have left an odd vacancy. Serena mentions missing story time at bed. Haley's sunny expression clouds briefly. I know. We always read extra books, though, to make up for you being gone. She looks at me curiously. Roman, will you read me stories when you come home, too? The simple request catches me off guard. I never considered taking part in their familial routines. Yet the idea comes naturally. Of course, I find myself saying. We can even have Daisy listen as well. Haley grins and begins describing all the books she wants to read together. Serena gives me a look both thoughtful and pleased. I realize I truly meant the offer. I want to nurture and shelter this child who has trusted me so implicitly. When we finally end the call with promises to see Haley soon, the sunlit breakfast terrace suddenly seems dimmer. Serena has fallen quiet, her smile replaced by wistfulness. This business trip masquerading as a honeymoon has unexpectedly deepened ties I'd viewed transactionally. Tomorrow we board the jet back to real life, estranged yet bound, two worlds overlapping temporarily. The thought sits like a stone in my chest. But I am master of my emotions. Personal desires cannot override practical realities. The morning beach is already bustling with activity. Vendors setting up wares, fishermen prepping their boats, and locals beginning their daily routines. I turn to Serena, the ocean breeze lifting her hair. There's a lively village just down the coast. Would you like to explore it together? Her eyes light up. I love that. A glimpse of real life here. We take a resort shuttle to the village edge and continue on foot, mingling with the cheerful crowds. Vivid murals decorate weathered buildings, reggae music spilling from open doorways. The air is redolent with spices and fresh seafood sizzling on grills. Serena exclaims over handmade crafts and colorful textiles. Her innate curiosity and engagement charms the local vendors, who offer free samples of fragrant mangoes or soursop ice cream. Watching Serena immerse herself fully in each new experience stirs an unfamiliar contentment in me. Her vivacious enjoyment magnifies the vibrancy swirling around us. We wander leisurely, speaking little, but intuitively in sync, simply experiencing the balmy day and warm hospitality that seems as natural as sunshine here. For once, my thoughts are blissfully unencumbered by past or future. There is only this moment, side by side. The afternoon sun sinks lower, gilding the scene golden. We turn a corner onto a wide square, thrumming with music. Locals and tourists alike sway and twirl to the infectious beat. At the center, musicians grin broadly as they pluck strings and pound drums with carefree abandon. Before I realize what's happening, Serena grasps my hand and pulls me into the joyous chaos. Dance with me, Roman. I hesitate briefly. Dancing in public is hardly my custom, but the playful melody and Serena's beaming smile could tempt even the most serious soul to tap their feet. I feel a smile appear as we begin moving together. The music courses through my blood, lively and liberating. Serena's eyes shine with mirth, and I find myself spinning her freely, her skirt a swirl of color. She tosses her head back, laughing, and I am struck by her beauty, inside and out, radiant. In this unguarded moment, I abandon reserve. Under the setting sun, we dance together with careless bliss, connected by touch and rhythm. I cannot recall when I last felt so light, so free. As the last notes fade, we are both breathless. The music swells into a new Caribbean beat, and the dance floor throngs again. Serena clasps my hand, her thumb gently caressing. "Thank you," she says simply. And I understand she means for this day and this memory we are weaving together thread by thread. I squeeze her hand in return, hoping she can read the depths beyond words. The live band slides into a sultry down-tempo number. Couples around us draw closer, swaying to the smoky rhythms. Serena looks up at me, her dark skin glowing. "One more?" I nod and place my hands on her hips as we begin moving together. The sensual beats pulse through me, electric and primal. Serena's curves press against me, radiating warmth. My breath catches at her sudden nearness. Her arms drape loosely around my neck, fingers playing through the hair at my nape. The sensation sends a shiver down my spine. She notices and arches an eyebrow. Well, if I didn't know better, I'd say you're actually having fun," she teases. I give a non-committal grunt, but a traitorous smile lingers on my lips. The truth is, I cannot recall the last time I felt so content and unburdened. A gift only Serena could bestow with her easy joy and affection. We move as one, breaths mingling, my hands firm at the small of her back. The rest of the crowd fades away until only she exists. Her lips part slightly, eyes drinking me in. The flirtatious melody wraps around us like silk. I'm reminded of our first tense dance at the wedding reception. Yet now there is no facade or hesitation. Now we simply move as partners. Pulses attuned, my body enveloping hers protectively. Serena's fingers trace my jawline and I suppress a groan. A fire races through my veins I have never allowed myself to acknowledge before. But denial is impossible with her supple frame pressed so close, our gazes locked intensely. She is beauty incarnate, bathed in sunset. This gracious, defiant, tender-hearted woman who has somehow begun thawing my endless winter. I ache to capture this moment forever. The music crests romantically. Unable to resist any longer, I grasp Serena's chin and bring my lips down to meet hers. She melts into me with a sigh that echoes my own profound yearning. We kiss passionately beneath the dusky sky, the rest of the world fading away. In this perfect suspended moment there is only her warmth, her scent, her mouth yielding sweetly to mine. The kiss deepens into a declaration beyond words. As we slowly break apart, Serena's eyes shine with promise. "Roman," she begins softly. My thumb gently presses her lips. "I know." There is no need for expressions now when our bodies have spoken soulfully for us. Some things lie beyond vocabulary.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
With Miss Tyler. Chapter 14. Serena. The voice in my head is screaming at me that this is a terrible idea. If it were an actual person, she would probably be jumping, flailing, and waving the world's biggest red flag. But you see, my body is traitorous because right now, I might as well be holding a neon sign that says, "Enter here," with a flashing arrow. I'm struggling to keep up in my heels as I'm being dragged to our bungalow. This man is on a mission to destroy the boundaries I set for myself, and a mission to destroy my propriety. It will be such a letdown if this bossy, beautiful, domineering man is terrible in bed. Hopefully, the universe wouldn't be that cruel. But then again, if he is, maybe I won't feel as guilty for crossing the line. On the contrary, if he is a sex god, then I may be in even more trouble. We stumble through the door of the bungalow as Roman kicks it shut behind us with a loud thud that echoes through the small space. Without hesitation, he slams me against the wall, pinning me there with his broad chest as his lips crash down on mine, hard and hungry. I gasp at the force of his kiss, my hands fisting in his hair as he ravages my mouth. He leaves my lips only to begin peppering my neck with slow, sensual nips and licks. "You smell so good." He nips at my earlobes softly before continuing to trail kisses down my neck towards my collarbone. As if he is a man possessed, he grabs my hand and pulls me towards the bedroom, where he suddenly picks me up and tosses me unceremoniously onto the large 4-poster bed. Roman doesn't waste any time, quickly shedding his clothes in a flurry of tangled fabric. His muscles ripple with each movement, his skin glistening in the dim light from the bedside lamp. "Here's how this is going to go," he says as he crawls over me, his large frame casting me in shadow as he looms above me. "I'm going to make you feel real good," he says with a smug smile. My heart thunders in my chest as he runs his rough hands down my legs, his fingers tracing the contours of my body before dipping lower to tease at the hem of my dress. But every good wife must listen to their husband, right? With one swift yank, my dress is over my head and tossed aside, leaving me completely naked from the waist down. No panties, huh? Is my sweet little innocent wife a tease? With a low growl, he kisses his way down my neck and chest to the top of my chest, nipping at my sensitive skin behind the lace strapless bra. His hot breath sends shivers through me as I arch into him, begging for more. "Oh, you like that?" he whispers against my skin. He reaches behind me and unclasps my bra with the precision of a magician. His mouth then descends and closes around one pert nub, then the other, sucking and tugging as if drawing out every ounce of pleasure from them. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. I watch Roman as he lays on his back, his chest rising and falling rapidly with each breath. I can't help but feel a sense of triumph at the look of contentment on his face. "Come on," he says as he throws out his arm, beckoning me to lay on his chest. I can't help but smile at him before rolling over to snuggle into his warm embrace. "Get some sleep. We have an early flight back to reality tomorrow." He pulls the sheet over us and turns the bedside lamp off. It doesn't take long for me to succumb to sleep from the exhaustion of our romp. But before I do, I can't help but think how I wouldn't mind doing that again and how that could throw a kink in this whole plan we've constructed. I can't gamble on losing the community center. It's all Haley and I have.
Chapter 15. Roman. I wake up alone. Serena already gone from the tangled sheets. A strange hollowness fills me. Memories of last night swirling. Her touch. Her kiss. My phone buzzes with a text from Alex, ever thirsty for gossip. He's seen photos of Serena and I dancing closely. "Quite the honeymoon," he jests. I scowl, the playful insinuation souring my mood. I find Serena briskly packing her suitcase on the patio, posture rigid. She does not look up as I approach. "Good morning," I offer neutrally. "Morning," she returns crisply, still focused on her luggage. What got her in a mood? "The car will be ready in an hour." "Fine." Her tone is dismissive, at odds with her warm candor last night. She folds clothes with quick, sharp motions. I step closer, irritated by this distance between us. "Serena, about last night." "Nothing to discuss." She continues, avoiding my gaze. "We got caught up in the moment, that's all." Her cool dismissal sounds rehearsed. "I don't accept that," I counter, keeping my voice even. "What was wrong with what happened last night?" At that, her eyes snap to mine, flashing. "Don't be foolish, Roman. It was an act, a game. You know better." "Fine. If she wants to say it was a game, so be it. I am a pragmatist first and foremost, though I'd hardly say I play games. But I can let her have this one. It was a charade, convincingly executed. Nothing more." We finish packing in silence. The easy warmth between us has chilled to a polite distance. Whatever this is, she seems determined to bury it unseen. I stare out at the dazzling sea and sky, lost in thought. In the light of day, it seems last night's magic was only an illusion after all. It is better this way, I tell myself firmly, and repeat it again like a mantra until I almost believe it's true. It was only a temporary escape, and I can accept that. A passionate interlude, but an impractical indulgence nonetheless. This partnership remains a pragmatic business arrangement, however intense our connection felt at the moment. Still, I cannot bring myself to regret it, though it muddies simple matters. Her kiss unlocked something in me. For a few hours I was untethered from cold logic and able to simply feel and desire. It was dangerous, crossing a line, but intensely good. I steal glances at Serena as she organizes her luggage. Her graceful movements, her curtain of dark hair, the memories of her quickening breath and exploring hands. I clench my jaw. We board the private jet a few hours later in uneasy silence. The easy rapport of the past week evaporated. Serena takes a seat across the aisle from me, putting literal distance between us. I resist the urge to move closer and bridge this sudden gap. As the jet taxis and takes off, I stare fixedly out the window, wrestling with my turbulent thoughts. Perhaps her distance is for the best. Clearly, she believes indulging our attraction last night was an inappropriate overreach, and she may be right. I chance a glance across the aisle. Serena is leafing through a magazine, posture deliberately relaxed. "Serena," I begin. Her eyes flick up to meet mine, cautious. She waits silently for me to continue. I clear my throat, willing the right words to materialize. "We should discuss what happened last night. It was a fantasy, Roman, a lovely dream, but utterly impossible." Her dismissal cuts me, though she speaks the bald truth. We hail from disparate worlds and have made no vows beyond temporary convenience. But still, why impossible? I ask bluntly. Clearly a connection exists between us. Serena's eyes flash. Be sensible. There are too many reasons why anything real could never work. It's best we leave it at that. Her words echo my pragmatic inner voice, yet they land like blows. I search for a rebuttal, some way to make her acknowledge this indefinable thing kindling between us. But she has closed herself off, retreating behind propriety once more. The jet engines drone on, carrying us inevitably back to firm reality. Perhaps she is right. Last night was an aberration, already fading into memory. Still, the hollowness in my chest lingers, a mournful longing for a dream not meant to be. I turn my gaze back to the clouds passing by the window. The island idol exists only in the past now. Sitting across from Serena on the jet, I find my gaze drawn to her again and again. The curve of her neck as she reads, the way she bites her lip in thought. Such little gestures I know so intimately now after our week together. Now we must resume our separate lives, the spell broken. Tricks of the tropical air, I tell myself firmly. Across the aisle, Serena shifts, leaning her head against the window with a sigh. The graceful line of her throat draws my eyes again. Even weary, she possesses a beauty that moves me unexpectedly. I force myself to turn away, to sever this burgeoning attachment I have no right to. We made a deal and signed a contract. The rules do not bend for inconvenient sentiments. I repeat this like a mantra until my turbulent thoughts settle somewhat. But when she glances my way, I hold her gaze an instant too long, remembering. I see the echoes of our lost idol reflected back at me in her eyes, wistful yet restrained. The cabin air suddenly seems thin, my breath constrained. With effort, I turn my focus back to my laptop screen. The words blur meaningless before me. Stray memories invade of her body in the blue bikini, the taste of her lips at midnight. I close my eyes and swallow hard. Focus. Let it fade. But even unspoken, everything has changed irrevocably, and the yearning lingers like a dull blade beneath my ribs.
Chapter 16. Serena. Now that we're back from the trip, I'm filled with regret over crossing the line with Roman. What was I thinking? Letting passion override good judgment. That's not me at all, yet caught up in the beauty of our island paradise. I lost my better sense. Being immersed in Roman's world of wealth and extravagance feels totally at odds with my values. The designer gowns, mansions, champagne flutes. It's like playing dress up in someone else's clothes. I'm no pampered society wife. I've always carved my own path through grit and resourcefulness. Don't misunderstand, financial security is important as a single mom. But Roman's fortune comes at a cost, one made clear by his notorious ruthlessness. He may lavish me with diamonds and silks, but what really lies beneath that cold facade? I let myself forget that on the island's warm nights. Now back home, I feel off-kilter and uncertain. I sneak glances at Roman, remembering the surprising tenderness he showed me on our trip. But which version is the real man? The callous tycoon or the attentive partner who danced with me under the stars? Either way, I'm way out of my depth here. I throw myself into my community center work, taking comfort in its familiar purpose. Seeing my daughter's smiling face helps ground me too. But the exclusive private school Roman enrolled her in awakens a stab of guilt. This privileged environment she's entering now seems so removed from the life we knew. It doesn't make me feel any more relaxed knowing Roman and I have to go to a stuffy fundraising event tonight. As his wife, it's my job. But I just know I'm not going to fit in with any of those rich women used to these kinds of luxury events. At least I have Grace to help me get ready. This emerald one would be gorgeous on you, Grace suggests gently. I nod and force a smile. You're probably right. As I step into the green velvet dress, Haley clasps her hands excitedly. Mommy, you look like a princess. I smooth back her hair affectionately. If only I could share her delight instead of this twisting unease in my gut. Zip me up? I ask Grace, turning my back to her. She obliges, then meets my eyes in the mirror, forehead creasing. You seem down. Everything okay? Just tired, I lie. With Haley listening innocently, I can't confess how oppressive I find these galas, having to play a role. Grace looks unconvinced but simply says, I'll do your makeup then. A smoky eye would be striking. As she applies eyeshadow and liner, I stare numbly at this glamorous version of myself emerging in the mirror. The woman looking back is a stranger. Once Grace finishes, Haley grins and claps excitedly. "Now your hair." She pulls over a chair eagerly. I sink into it, managing a real smile at her enthusiasm now. "What do you think? Up or down?" Her little brow furrows in concentration as she considers it. "Up," she insists to Grace. Grace gets to work. I close my eyes as she maneuvers my hair, just trying to breathe deep and avoid a panic attack. "Done," Haley declares finally. Despite my melancholy mood, I have to chuckle. "It's beautiful, honey. You were right to say it should be up." I draw her into a hug, wanting to bottle this moment. Her innocence comforts me. Too soon, Roman arrives downstairs looking sharp in a tailored suit. His intense gaze sweeps over me. "You look exquisite," he murmurs, and I shiver slightly under the heat of it before collecting myself. "Shall we go?" I say briskly. His nearness makes maintaining emotional distance a struggle requiring my full willpower, especially when memories of our island tryst keep intruding at inopportune moments. In the sleek limo, Roman briefs me on which donors to engage while I stare mutely out the tinted windows, longing to be anywhere else but this glittering circus. Still, I have a role to play, however weary. I take a deep breath as the limo pulls up to the red carpet entrance of the glittering charity gala. Cameras are already flashing as Roman helps me step out. I paste on a smile, his hand pressing on the small of my back. The crowd seems to part for Roman as we make our way inside. I try not to gape at the lavish ballroom, chandeliers twinkling overhead. Servers weave through with trays of champagne flutes I don't dare take just yet. I need my wits about me. Roman introduces me to the first group of executives and wives. I exchange air kisses and appropriate greetings while silently assessing. Their polite smiles don't reach their watchful eyes. More introductions follow as we work the room. I'm hyper-aware of scrutinizing looks being directed my way when people think I'm not paying attention. Whispers behind raised hands and arched brows speak louder than words. I'm being measured and found lacking. I don't belong here. I'm not one of them. The elite swirling around the opulent ballroom dripping in finery. I clutch Roman's arm too tightly, terrified of committing some faux pas that reveals to all that I'm a fraud. Roman remains formal and detached at my side, saying little. The tension hanging between us doesn't help my nerves. I miss the reassuring comfort of his hand at the small of my back, like on our island stroll. Here, a distance yawns, on more than just a physical level. During a lull, a waiter offers a glass of champagne. I accept and take a too large sip. Liquid courage. Roman's eyes flicker my way briefly. Disapproval, concern, I can't tell. His inscrutable mask remains intact. I plaster on a vacant socialite smile, even as their veiled scorn and whispers eat away at me. Thinly veiled skepticism lurks behind their approving facades. I'm not one of them, and I never will be. I don't speak their language of wealth and privilege. We continue making the rounds. My cheeks ache maintaining a pleasant facade. Inside I feel like a fraud, playing dress up in a stranger's clothes. But the show goes on. Finally, dinner is announced and we're seated with an older couple, who immediately dominate the conversation. I'm grateful not to be put on the spot, picking at my filet mignon quietly. The food tastes like cardboard. Beside me, Roman answers the couple's questions in clipped tones, barely glancing my way. The coldness coming off him only increases my discomfort. I hide it behind a well-practiced mask of my own. During dessert, I gently rub my throbbing temples, tempted to tear the emerald earrings from my ears just for some relief. As if sensing my tension, Roman leans over. "Are you all right?" I meet his gaze, seeing the cracks behind his own polished veneer. We both just want this nightmare to end. "I'm fine," I lie evenly. He nods and turns away again. The distance between us has never felt more acute. The charity gala drags on interminably. My cheeks ache from constantly having to smile and make small talk, all while feeling their judging eyes on me, certain I'm out of place. Roman has been distant and cold all evening. We've barely spoken, the gap between us arctic. How different from our honeymoon when his hand pressed tenderly on my back, his eyes warm and admiring. During a lull, Roman appears at my side. Dance with me? He extends a hand, expression unreadable. I glance around nervously. Oh, I shouldn't. I'm not very good. I demur. I won't let you stumble, he says softly. After a pause, I let him lead me onto the floor. We begin swaying gently to the melody, swelling through the glittering ballroom. Roman's hand rests firmly at the small of my back, his touch sending sparks skittering across my skin despite everything. Our bodies remember and respond instinctively. You're too hard on yourself, he murmurs, breath tickling my ear. You belong right where you are. I meet his penetrating gaze uncertainly. It doesn't feel that way. I'm trying, but... You're captivating just as you are, he interrupts, eyes intent on my face. Only a fool wouldn't see that. My breath catches at the unexpected tenderness in his tone. The guards and pretenses between us lower slightly, letting in dizzying light. On impulse, I rest my cheek against his shoulder, letting the music sway me. The clean, woodsy scent of him wraps around me comfortingly. For a few stolen moments, I can almost imagine we're back on our island, just two partners sharing an intimate dance. No roles, no judgments. His hand slides sensuously up my back and I shiver. Our bodies curve into each other unthinkingly, muscle memory recalling our unguarded passion. Heat blooms dangerously between us. Roman's fingertip traces my jawline tenderly. You take my breath away, he murmurs, before claiming my lips in a kiss that steals rational thought. Under the sparkling lights, in the embrace of his strong arms, the gala and watching eyes melt away. There is only this man, kissing me with exquisite tenderness. No cold tycoon, but someone vulnerable, as lost in this moment as I am. When we gently pull apart, my lips tingle and my heart races. The walls between us have cracked, letting in dizzying light. I know I should feel ashamed at such a public display, but cannot conjure any regret. Only longing for more of his intoxicating nearness. The song ends, but we remain suspended in our intimate haze a few heartbeats more. For once, no masks or predetermined roles. Just two souls connecting. Too soon reality intrudes. With visible effort, Roman loosens his hold, but the heat in his eyes lingers. I think our work here is done for the night, Mrs. Huntington, he says thickly. My cheeks warm, but I hold his smoldering gaze. I believe you're right, Mr. Huntington. Tomorrow we go back to being strangers on parallel tracks. But tonight, all rules are forgotten in the shelter of his arms, and the memory will burn bright long after.
Chapter 17, Roman. Spending time with Haley always manages to lift my mood, even after the most stressful days. Her innocence provides a rare point of light in my shadowy world, so I readily agree when she begs me to have a tea party this afternoon. We sit across from each other at a tiny table. She chatters away happily while pouring imaginary tea. I nod along, mouth twitching to suppress a smile I'd never reveal to anyone else. Her giggles are infectious. My phone buzzes with the news alert. I glance down, frown deepening as I scan the headline. It's a clickbait article meant to stir up distrust in the community center, and therefore Serena and I, full of vague insinuations that skirt the line of libel. It's a move clearly made by Carrington. Everything okay, Roman? Haley asks, noticing my shift in mood. I force my expression to be neutral. Of course. More tea? I hold out my miniature cup. She beams and pretend fills it. 2 lumps of sugar for you. I stir the air obligingly. Normally, I'd ensure whoever crossed me pays dearly for such insolence. But for Haley's sake, I swallow the rage. Vengeance can wait. Still, the accusations nag at me. I know the culprit behind them, too. This is clearly payback from that egotistical jackal. I itch to crush the gutless fool who doesn't even have the spine to come at me directly. But accusations of illicit dealings could have real consequences if they gain traction. I check my watch, thoughts spinning with how to counter this swiftly and definitively. "Do you have to go?" Haley asks sadly, noticing my distraction. I'm careful to answer her gently, calmly. "Not just yet. One more cup of tea." Her answering smile reminds me of Serena's, open and bright as sunshine. An unfamiliar pang of protectiveness wells up, surprising me. We pass a pleasant 20 more minutes before my phone buzzes again insistently. I apologize and excuse myself to take the call, anxiety rising about containing this PR mess. Sure enough, it's my head of communications with an update. The slanderous post is gaining traction on social media, fanned by Carrington's network. I curse under my breath. That snake will pay for this. But first, I need to reassure nervous shareholders and partners. I spend the next hour on damage control calls, emphasizing the lies being spread and downplaying any effect on business. By the end, I'm drained but cautiously optimistic the worst is contained. Returning to say goodbye to Haley, I find her asleep on the playroom floor surrounded by toys. I pause, something squeezing in my chest at her innocent vulnerability. Gingerly, I lift her and lay her on a plush sofa, draping a blanket over her. She stirs slightly before clutching her stuffed pony with a sleepy sigh. Watching her, I'm reminded there are still good and pure things in this world worth protecting from the jackals and their games. Her mother, too, whose radiant smile haunts me. I tear myself away and head upstairs. In my study, I pour a scotch and stare out the windows broodingly. The vultures will always circle, looking for weakness. I cannot show them any or they will rip me apart. No one is safe if I seem compromised. They will come for those I care for. Like Carrington cowardly targeting Serena now to strike at me. Unacceptable. The blow I deal in return must be biblical in scope. I sip the smoky scotch slowly, my mind calmly calculating the annihilation to come. I find Serena reading in her bedroom, her legs tucked underneath her. Discreetly, I pulled the door closed behind me, leaning against the vanity table. "What's going on?" she asks, looking uneasy at my grim expression. I debate how much to reveal, but she'll discover the ugliness soon enough. Carrington has spread malicious gossip to the media. Among other things, he's painting you as an opportunistic gold digger. But he's going to regret it. I assure you of that. Serena gets up, walking closer to lay a hand on my arm. "Roman, you can't start wars on my behalf. I'll deal with the gossip somehow. Retaliating viciously won't help." I look at her incredulously. Does she not realize the ruthless lengths people go to destroy me? If we show weakness, the jackals will tear us apart. Maybe. But we don't have to become jackals ourselves, she says softly. Her idealism, though naive, tugs at something in me, a longing for the light she carries so effortlessly. But I hardened my heart against such notions long ago. "Are you going to let him beat you?" Serena looks startled. "Of course not. He won't get through my skin." She hesitates before adding, "I understand if you think it will ruin our reputation, but I think those who know us will understand he's just being petty. I don't think refusing to sink to his level is getting beaten." Still, she doesn't look convinced. My gut twists seeing the uncertainty in her eyes. Acting on instinct, I draw her into my arms. She stiffens before relaxing into my chest. "Forgive me," I murmur into her hair. "I should have protected you from this." Nestled close, her lavender scent surrounds me comfortingly as she shakes her head. "It's not your fault either. We just have to endure it together." For a brief moment, I focus only on the singular comfort of having her in my arms. Once she's reassured, I get to work. I immediately call in my head PR man, Barkley, and order him to issue an official statement defending Serena. He questions if responding is wise, but I cut him off sharply. Your job is to counter these lies, not debate strategy. After a terse back and forth, he reluctantly agrees. I instruct him to emphasize Serena's impeccable character and selfless community work. Her reputation will not be sacrificed to satisfy Carrington's petty vendetta against me. She will have my full protection, whether she wants it or not. I review Barkley's draft and revise it to take a more aggressive tone, openly contemptuous of Carrington's craven tactics. Let the snake choke on that. Barkley balks at my wording, but wisely holds his tongue under my sharp tone before sending it out. My PR machine is in motion. In the hours that follow, I strategize my next moves with Barkley. We will identify the worst rumor mongers and threaten legal action to make them retract and apologize. I will also leverage business relationships and back-channel dealings to pressure publications running the vile stories. Fear works wonderfully for motivating cooperation. For reputable outlets, I provide exclusive interviews to refute the lies and provide glowing accounts of Serena's admirable qualities. My name carries weight that will drown out Carrington's whispers. I pull every string and tactic at my disposal. No weapon will be left unfired until Serena's name is cleared. Seeing the coverage start to turn in Serena's favor, thanks to our efforts, brings some relief. But my fury still simmers. Later that night, Serena thanks me, but cautions I didn't need to stir things up further on her behalf. I lift her chin to meet my eyes firmly. No one harms what is mine without consequences. Perhaps she bristles at the implication of possession in my words, but my instinct to protect her overrides such considerations. While our worlds intersect, no jackal shall touch her without unleashing my wrath. On this I will not compromise, no matter how she sees it. In time the rumors will twist into some new shape, I have no doubt. But each battle won is progress. I will steadily push back the encroaching darkness for however long I'm able. And for now, Serena's relief and gratitude are enough to renew my fortitude for the next fight ahead. For her, the war rages on. I've spent my whole life viewing people as either assets or obstacles in the endless pursuit of power and control. Emotional attachments were liabilities to be avoided at all costs in the cutthroat arena I inhabited, until now. With Serena, an unfamiliar protectiveness has taken root in me that defies cold logic. I thought this arrangement was merely a mutually beneficial business transaction, that we would both maintain a cautious distance. Yet seeing her good name dragged through the mud, witnessing the toll this vilification takes on her spirit, it sparks a primal need to shield her from further harm. The depth of my own fury surprises me. When did her well-being become something I'm driven to safeguard at all costs? I realize that somewhere along the way she went from being a means to an end to someone I care for deeply, though I dare not speak it aloud. The thought of anything extinguishing her radiant spirit makes me nearly savage with the need to protect what I've found. She's become far more than a business partner now. I only hope she never realizes the power she wields over me. But I cannot afford to be compromised or distracted from doing what must be done to prevail over surrounding threats. I need to regain my usual composed ruthlessness. And yet, the idea of maintaining distance from her causes an unfamiliar ache I do not understand. Perhaps I've strayed too far already from the cold, hardened approach that brought me success. If so, then my fate is already sealed, for I cannot now recall the man I was before Serena's light eclipsed all else. There will be no turning back.
Chapter 18. Serena. It's hard to believe it's only been 2 months. 2 months of Roman showing us different shades of the city, and of himself, that I'd never noticed before. Every weekend, he has something new planned, and it's like watching Haley and even Daisy discover a whole new playground each time. Just last Saturday, we found ourselves in the sprawling green of Central Park, where Roman had organized a small picnic with a spread of cheeses, fresh fruits, and Haley's favorite chocolate cupcakes. It felt less like a contractual arrangement and more like, well, a family outing. I watched Roman chase Haley across the grass, her laughter ringing clear and true, and I thought, maybe this isn't all pretend. Then there was the trip to the aquarium. I still smiled thinking about Haley, pressing her tiny nose against the glass, eyes wide as saucers, while Roman explained the different species of fish, his voice filled with a warmth I hadn't known he possessed. He even managed to coax a giggle out of me when he joked about the pufferfish being his spirit animal, prickly on the outside, but just needing a bit of space to relax. Dining out was another adventure. Roman surprised us by taking us to this quaint Italian place that was so hidden away, I'd never have found it on my own. He let Haley order whatever she wanted, pasta, pizza, and a giant scoop of gelato, and I watched them, this stern businessman and my bubbly little girl, discussing the merits of strawberry versus chocolate. It was in these simple moments, seeing them interact, that I found myself drawn to Roman in a way I hadn't anticipated. Even Daisy wasn't left out. Roman found a dog-friendly cafe, and the sight of him feeding Daisy little bits of dog-safe cake under the table was unexpectedly endearing. He doesn't smile often, but when he does, it's like the sun breaking through the clouds, and it's impossible not to smile back. Tonight we're just walking back from a local theater where Roman took us to see a children's play. Haley's hand is in mine, but she's reaching out with the other to tug at Roman's coat, asking him a million questions about the story they just watched. He answers each one with a patience I didn't know he had. "You really like the play, huh, Haley?" Roman asks, his voice soft under the city lights. "I loved it. Mommy, can we go again?" Haley's eyes are sparkling, and there's an eagerness in her voice that makes my heart swell. "We'll see, sweetheart," I reply, squeezing her hand. Roman catches my eye, and there's an unspoken conversation that passes between us. It's a look that says, maybe we're building something here, something real. And for the first time since this all started, I feel a flutter of hope, a sense that maybe we aren't just playing house. Maybe, just maybe, we're becoming a family. "Let's do it again," Roman says. And it's not just about the play, it's about all of this. The outings, the laughter, the shared looks. And I find myself nodding, not just because of Haley's hopeful gaze, but because I, too, want to see where this journey with Roman can go. The community center has been thriving for the past month, an unexpected shift from the constant financial strain we usually face. Anonymous donations began to trickle in, clearing debts and breathing new life into the worn-out facilities. My mind can't help but drift to Roman as the source, though I've never voiced these suspicions. He knows I'm adamant about not relying on his money entirely. I need to prove that I can sustain the center on my own once our arrangement ends. Today, as I inspect the updates, a fresh coat of bright paint, new books, and toys for the kids, I feel a peculiar mix of gratitude and frustration. Roman's methods, I suspect, are subtly crafted, respecting my boundaries while still ensuring his involvement. It's exactly the sort of strategic maneuver someone like him, ambitious and ruthlessly effective in business, would execute. "Everything looks great, doesn't it?" The deep, controlled voice startles me from my reverie. Turning around, I find Roman standing in the doorway, impeccably dressed in his usual suit, looking every bit the business titan he is known to be. There's no hint of emotion on his face, but the slight lift of his brow suggests he's waiting for my approval. It does, I admit, trying to keep my voice neutral. The kids are happier, and the staff feels more motivated. Thanks to... I stop myself just in time, not wanting to directly credit him unless he confirms his involvement. Roman steps closer, his gaze scanning the room with what almost resembles pride. "I'm glad," he says simply. There's a brief pause, and for a moment I catch something behind his usual detached facade, a hint of genuine concern perhaps. His presence at the center today isn't just as a silent benefactor. He's here to physically help set up for our upcoming fundraiser. I watch him interact with the volunteers, his manner efficient, and his commands softly spoken yet firm. It's a side of him that doesn't align with the ruthless businessman everyone sees, and it quietly dismantles some of the walls I've built around him. As we arrange chairs and tables together, his efficiency is apparent. "You're good at this," I comment, a bit surprised. I apply myself fully to whatever I undertake. Roman replies without looking at me. His tone is matter-of-fact, void of pride or false modesty. As we sit on one of the newly installed benches outside, Roman finally turns to me. "I know you want to handle things without financial assistance. That's why I chose a method that wouldn't make you feel indebted." I glance at him, struck by his understanding of my need for independence. "Why?" I ask, genuinely curious about why someone of his demeanor would bother to respect my wishes so carefully. Roman looks away, focusing on a group of children playing nearby. "Because it's important to you," he says, and I detect a softness in his voice that he seldom allows others to hear. "And because—" He trails off, then shakes his head slightly as if to dismiss whatever thought he had. "And because?" I prompt, needing to hear more. "And because I might be more than just the ruthless businessman everyone thinks I am," he admits quietly, almost reluctantly. This confession, small and restrained, touches something deep within me. Roman, in his suit and controlled exterior, making an effort to align his actions with my values, shows a complexity I hadn't allowed myself to see before. As we sit together, the boundary between personal and professional blurs slightly, and I find myself hoping that Roman's involvement in the community center isn't just an obligation or a strategic decision, but something more personal, something closer to what I'm beginning to feel. 3 weeks. That's how long it's been since I felt the sturdy walls around my heart begin to crumble, bit by bit, under Roman's unexpected acts of kindness. It's disconcerting, this softening towards a man I'm only supposed to be pretending to love. As we continue setting up for the community art show, Roman manages to balance his attention between the preparations and keeping Daisy entertained. She follows him around, her presence a constant near his feet, and every so often, he drops down to ruffle her fur or toss her a small ball. His laughter, rare and unguarded, fills the space, pulling at something deep within me. "I never took you for a dog person," I say, finding myself drawn into their little circle of joy. Roman looks up, a soft smile playing on his lips. "There's a lot you don't know about me," he replies, his tone light but sincere. Daisy here seems to think I'm not all that bad. The ease with which he speaks, and the simple joy reflected in his eyes, make me laugh. A true, unguarded sound that feels foreign and familiar all at once. She's a good judge of character, I concede, allowing myself a moment to just enjoy the connection, fleeting as it might be. Later, as the children and their parents begin to arrive, Roman proves himself to be more than just a benefactor in a suit. He helps hang the kids' art and even explains some of the pieces to the visitors, his interactions marked by kindness and patience that I've never associated with him before. Daisy stays close by, occasionally drawing smiles and comments from the guests. Watching Roman kneel down to introduce Daisy to a shy little boy, I feel a warmth spread through me, soft and unsettling. He's not just doing this for show. There's a sincerity in his actions that's difficult to ignore. "Roman, you're really good at this," I find myself saying as we share a quick, quiet moment away from the crowd. He shrugs, a little uncomfortably, as if unused to such praise. The afternoon fades into evening, and as the last of the guests leave, Roman and I begin to clean up. Daisy, tired out from the day's excitement, curls up at Roman's feet. He strokes her gently, his touch tender. My heart races as I watch him, fantasies about our relationship becoming more than we agreed, running rampant through my mind. I think I might be too involved. I blurt out, the words driven by a mix of fear and longing. Roman pauses, his hand stilling on Daisy's back. Serena, if this is too much. No, not like that. I interrupt, shaking my head. It's just, this isn't real, Roman. We can't forget that. He nods, his expression guarded once again. Of course. We'll keep it professional, just the project. But as he walks away to turn off the lights, I feel a twinge of loss. An unexpected ache for something I hadn't even realized I'd begun to hope for. Throughout the day, I've seen a side of Roman that challenges everything I thought I knew about him. And I know, despite my fears and the boundaries I try to maintain, that my heart is slowly, irrevocably becoming entangled. By the time we lock up the center, I can't help but feel that distancing myself from Roman might be the safest option. But as I glance back at him, his silhouette framed by the setting sun, I wonder if perhaps some walls are meant to be torn down, even if only to let someone in for a brief shining moment. And maybe I'm not ready to start rebuilding them just yet.
Chapter 19. Roman. Having Serena and Haley here these past weeks has stirred up unfamiliar feelings I don't know how to process. This was supposed to be a straightforward business merger, devoid of emotional entanglements. Yet I find myself bonding with them in ways I never expected. I catch myself looking forward to Haley's energetic stories at dinner, her proudly showing off a new drawing or achievement. Even that silly dog's enthusiasm brings an unexpected sense of comfort these days. Their presence has brought life and joy to these once cold halls. Attachment breeds weakness. I know that lesson all too well. But I cannot seem to stop myself where Serena and Haley are concerned. They have come to mean more to me than I ever anticipated. The sight of Serena tucked in reading bedtime stories, her hushed voice soothing, embodies a peace my own childhood lacked. For fleeting moments, I fool myself into thinking I could have a place in their world, but their warmth is a siren song, lulling me into complacency. I remind myself not to lose focus. My duty is to remain clear-eyed and do what must be done. There is too much at stake for distraction. No matter the complicated feelings taking root, I cannot afford vulnerability. My empire thrives on order and control. There is no room for messy emotions or attachments. I must never forget that, no matter the cost. I leave the house one morning after saying goodbye to the girls. I have another long day at the office ahead, full of mind-numbing meetings and decisions. Some days, the crushing weight of this empire feels more like a sentence than a privilege, but solace can be found in work's predictability. Here, at least, I retain control. My morning productivity is interrupted by an unexpected call from a longtime industry contact, Naomi. She occasionally feeds me useful insider knowledge for the right price. Information is power in my world. "I have news you'll want to hear," she says coyly. My interest stirs, wondering what dirt or opportunity she's uncovered. "Your old friend Carrington is making big moves. My sources say he's days away from finalizing an exclusive deal with Marlowe Designs." I frown. Marlowe is an elite interior design firm with deep connections across Dallas's high society and business spheres. Securing their partnership and endorsement would be a massive coup for Carrington. He's been trying to undermine me ever since I thwarted his bid for the community center land. This must be his next attack. I feel icy rage at the thought of that smug bastard gaining any advantage over me. This deal goes through. Carrington will have the inside track for every luxury development and commercial project in the city, Naomi continues. Marlowe's backing carries a lot of weight here. You need to strike fast if you want to counter this. My mind is already analyzing options. I could offer Marlowe an even more lucrative contract, though outbidding Carrington's vast assets poses a challenge. Perhaps there's a weakness or point of leverage I can exploit to make them think twice about tying themselves to him exclusively. I realize Naomi is still awaiting a response. You've given me a critical advantage here. Rest assured, I'll make sure you're compensated beyond your expectations for this intel, I reply smoothly. She seems satisfied, and we exchange a few more coded pleasantries before hanging up. My thoughts are now consumed with how to urgently prevent Carrington from gaining Marlowe's influential backing and edging me out. I spend the next hours strategizing my counterattack, calling in lawyers to draft proposals, pinpointing vulnerabilities to exploit. The game is always evolving, forcing you to stay nimble or risk annihilation. I cannot afford a misstep here. Amidst the flurry of action, my thoughts drift unbidden for a moment to Serena. This latest scheming by Carrington will not sit well with her, especially while she's still recovering from his last smear campaign against her. I feel a twinge of concern at heaping more stress upon her, but I force myself to refocus on the task at hand. There is too much on the line to worry about soothing hurt feelings or moral quandaries. My duty is to act decisively and crush any threats before they gain strength. That is the burden I alone can carry to protect our interests. If my hands get a little dirtier in the process, so be it. Serena need not know every ugly choice this high-stakes game entails. I will shield her from the darkness necessary to ensure our success. With quiet ruthlessness, I work late into the evening, all my formidable intelligence and resources bent towards destroying Carrington's hopes with Marlowe designs. I will not be outmaneuvered on my own terrain. By the time I finally loosen my tie and pour a nightcap, the pieces are in motion. My counterattack is swift and brutal in its precision. Carrington will not know what hit him until it's too late. That snake will learn once again not to threaten what is mine. I down the drink, letting the fiery liquid clear away nagging doubts. No one builds an empire by being soft. If Serena knew the lengths required, she would surely turn away in disgust. But ignorance of certain realities is a kindness I can provide. This is the life I was bred for. The world I constructed leaves no room for tenderness. But for her I can retain some last flicker of humanity. For now, let that be enough until the darkness consumes all. As I step inside the penthouse, the usual tomb-like silence grips me. But then a scampering of paws followed by excited yipping breaks the stillness. Daisy comes bounding up, tail wagging ecstatically at my return. Before I can process this greeting, a small figure barrels towards me, nearly knocking me over with surprising force. Haley's little arms wrap fiercely around my legs as she looks up with a smile bright as sunlight. "You're home!" I stand frozen, stunned by this enthusiastic welcome. The light in her eyes as she looks at me, as if my presence brings her pure joy, pierces through my suits of armor. In the distance, I hear Serena calling out to Haley not to overwhelm me. But instead of tensing up, I feel the knots inside begin to loosen. Serena appears from the kitchen, regarding me with a gentle warmth that makes this feel like a true homecoming. Haley tugs at my hand, pulling me towards the living room where they've been playing. The serious demeanor I maintain at the office slips away as I allow myself to be led inside their little world. "Come see my drawings. This one's a daisy, but I'm gonna do you next," Haley declares. I settle onto the sofa beside Serena as Haley runs off to grab her artwork. Daisy hops up next to me, resting her head contently on my knee. Serena gives my arm a light, reassuring squeeze. "Long day?" she asks knowingly. I exhale, feeling the day's tension start to ebb away. "It's better now," I reply honestly. And it's true. Whatever darkness clings to me from the outside world, it cannot seem to penetrate the light surrounding me here. As Haley climbs up eagerly showing me her colorful sketches, the schemes and callous machinations from my work life fade into the background. Here there is only warmth, acceptance, and joy untainted by the ugliness I traffic in. By some miracle, they see me not as cold and ruthless, but worthy of their affection. I do not understand what I've done to deserve such an open-hearted welcome, but soak it in like parched earth in rain. I've always prided myself on being in control. Cool, calculating, seeing everything through a logical lens. But since Serena entered my life, something has shifted. Around her, Emotions come to the fore in ways I don't comprehend. When she smiles brightly upon seeing me, I feel a lightness I've never known. Hearing her laugh and witnessing her steadfast caring for those in need, I'm moved in unfamiliar ways. She stirs things long dormant within me. I try to ignore it, clinging to my ordered existence. But in quiet moments, the truth surfaces that my feelings for Serena run deeper than I wish to admit. This is more than a mutually beneficial arrangement now. Perhaps it was inevitable, bringing her into my isolated world. She's unlike anyone I've known. Warm, genuine, full of compassion. Being near her, some of those qualities pierce through the icy barriers around my heart. The thought of losing her, of never again seeing that radiant smile, feels unbearable. I realize that somewhere along the way, she became essential, the center that grounds me amidst surrounding chaos. Is this love? It's so beyond my experience that I scarcely know. If this is love, I welcome the warmth it brings. But am I really ready to choose family over my empire? You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit tylerwalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
tylerwalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler. Chapter 20. Serena. I can hardly believe my eyes as I tour the newly renovated community center. Only weeks ago, it was in disrepair, with leaky ceilings and peeling paint, making it difficult to serve the kids' needs. Now, everything glistens. New floors, expanded rooms, a computer lab even. It's like a whole new facility. Seeing the vibrant murals local artists painted, welcoming spaces for counseling and activities, tears nearly come to my eyes. This center represents hope for so many struggling families. A safe place for kids to grow and thrive, breaking cycles of poverty. Thanks to Roman's intervention, that vision is now a reality. I know for Roman, providing the renovation funds was just a calculated business move for his proposal. But for me, it's an incredible gift I'll never be able to repay. To have a true home for our work, able to meet the community's needs with dignity and respect. It's all I ever wanted. While Roman may be reserved and cool on the surface, this act of generosity reveals his heart deep down. He didn't have to invest in rebuilding this center from the ground up, but he knew how much it mattered to me. In his own way, he found a path to make my dreams come true. Seeing the open lawn where kids will play and grow, the teen center where they'll find guidance, classrooms brimming with potential, it nearly takes my breath away. What we'll be able to accomplish here now, the young lives we can impact. It was all made possible through him. Maybe I was too quick to judge Roman when we first met. Beneath the ruthless businessman lies a man willing to uplift others when it counts. With his support, we'll change so many lives for the better. He's given these kids hope and opportunity where there was little before. I'll be sure to invite him to the grand opening ceremony. I hope he can see the tangible impact his decision has, the opportunities he's provided, the pride and joy this center brings the whole community. It's the start of something so special. I know Roman prefers to avoid the spotlight and public praise, but I want him to witness the smiles of the kids who will thrive here. The relief of families who finally have a place of support. He may downplay it, but his choice changed everything for us. I want him to feel that gratitude. I'm admiring the beautifully renovated interior of the community center when a cold voice interrupts my reverie. Well, if it isn't the saint of the community herself, come to bless your new palace. I tense, turning to see Carrington swaggering towards me, his eyes full of disdain. Just the man I hoped to avoid today. Mr. Carrington, I say evenly, can I help you with something? He smirks. I just wanted to see how your little project was coming along with my competitor's assistance. He practically spits out the word. Although competitor implies we're evenly matched, which we both know isn't true. I bite my tongue, refusing to get drawn in. Carrington lost this property to Roman and has been a thorn in our side ever since, but I won't let him ruin this day. As you can see, thanks to Roman's very generous support, these renovations have breathed new life into the center, I reply proudly. Carrington snorts derisively. Yes, your new sugar daddy has deep pockets. Tell me, was whoring yourself out part of cementing this deal or just a bonus? His crude words hit me like a slap, but I keep my voice steady. I don't know what kind of people you usually surround yourself with, Mr. Carrington, but my relationship with Roman is not what you suggest. Oh, please. The whole city saw through your little marriage charade from the start. We all know you're nothing but a bought and paid for trophy wife. He steps closer, intimidatingly. But Roman will discard you once he's gotten what he wants from this place. So do yourself a favor. Get out while you can still salvage some dignity. I stand tall, refusing to cower. Is that supposed to frighten me? I assure you, Roman and I are partners. We're in this together. Carrington laughs coldly. You actually believe that? Honey, a man like Roman sees people as assets, not partners. He owns you now, even if you're too naive to see it. He leans in conspiratorially. I could offer you an out if you're smart enough to take it. I fold my arms across my chest. Are you attempting to bribe me into convincing Roman to sell you the center? Because that's not happening. Carrington's eyes flash angrily before his oily smile returns. You'll regret choosing the wrong side in this fight, little girl. I promise you that. The only thing I regret is wasting time talking to you when there's so much work left to be done. I fire back. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a community that needs me. I turn my back on him, only for Carrington to grab my wrist and yank me around to face him. Don't walk away from me. You have no idea who you're dealing with. I always get what I want in the end. You and Roman's days playing house are numbered. Wrenching my arm away, I rub my wrist where he gripped it. Carrington glares at me a moment longer before pushing past me roughly and storming out. My hands shake slightly from the confrontation. What a vile man. But I won't let him intimidate me or sully this special day. There are too many people relying on me. I take a deep breath and smooth down my clothes before heading out to greet our guests with a smile. Later, my thoughts drift back to Carrington's threats. As much as I hate to admit it, we likely haven't seen the last of his scheming. He has resources and isn't afraid to fight dirty, but we've made it this far against his sabotage. With Roman's cunning to match wits with Carrington, I'm hopeful our partnership can withstand whatever underhanded tricks he tries next. We have right on our side, and the support of this community behind us. After the upsetting confrontation with Carrington, I just want to pick up Haley and head to the house. As I drive, I try shaking off Carrington's cruel taunts. I won't let him rattle me or make me doubt Roman. Coming out of the elevator into the penthouse, I'm surprised to see Roman is already home. He's rarely back this early. Before I can process it, Haley bursts past me yelling, "Roman?" My heart lifts seeing her smile, erasing Carrington's gloom. Haley hurls herself into his arms trustingly. You're home. Roman's stern face softens as he cradles her. I wanted to see my family, he says, tenderness belying his imposing presence. Warmth spreads through me at this gentle side of him. Haley notices me approaching. Look, Roman's here already. I chuckle, grabbing her backpack. What a nice surprise. Roman's eyes gleam watchfully. I finished up work, so I went home early. Shall we head to the living room? His use of we makes me smile. This is our shared home. Once settled inside, Haley shows Roman her art as he listens attentively, his guard vanishing around her. When it's snack time, he insists on handling it, shooing me away despite my attempts to help. Seeing Roman so devotedly prepare Haley's fruit platter touches my heart. With us, his nurturing side emerges. As she eats, Roman approaches me, brow furrowed. Did anything happen today? You seem quiet. I consider telling him about Carrington but decide not to rile him. Just a long day, but I'm fine now, I assure, gently touching his chest. Roman still seems skeptical but doesn't push. Nodding slowly, he gives my shoulder a light squeeze before returning to Haley, their chatter washing over me. This right here is what matters. My family under this roof. Not Carrington's futile agitating. Observing Roman's care for both of us, I'm deeply moved. We face obstacles together now. I'm no longer alone. Roman has proven I can rely on him, that he'll be there when I need him. For now, that's enough. Even though having Roman's support has been life-changing, I still grapple with lingering doubts and uncertainties. The future feels so unsettled, like I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. Part of me worries I'm fooling myself, believing someone as powerful and ruthless as Roman could ever view me as an equal partner. Does he genuinely care? Or am I just a means to an end? I want so desperately to trust him, but a cynical inner voice whispers warnings. The confrontation with Carrington only fuels those nagging insecurities. It was a harsh reminder that there are those who see me as nothing but a disposable pawn. I try to appear confident and unshakable, but Carrington's words cut deep, preying on my worst fears. What if he's right and Roman will eventually discard me? The thought of losing this newfound sense of family is almost too much to bear. After so many years alone, letting my guard down to vulnerability again feels terrifying. Yet at the same time, keeping Roman at arm's length seems equally bleak. I'm torn between yearning for closeness and the instinct for self-protection. My bond with Haley is my rock through all this uncertainty. She believes in Roman in a simple, wholehearted way I wish I could emulate. Seeing them together gives me hope this could truly be different than past heartbreak. But the old hurts run deep, making it hard to fully let the walls down. It's an ongoing struggle to quiet the doubts and embrace the potential of what we're building, even if it means risking a broken heart once more.
Chapter 21. Roman. Serena's voice floats brightly across the dinner table as she tells me about her day. Even mundane details seem to fill her with energy and passion when it comes to the community center. She truly loves the work they do there. So we just booked the biggest event yet, a 3-day youth conference at the end of the month, she exclaims. Kids from all over the county will come for workshops, college prep, and motivational speakers. It's going to be incredible. Her eyes shine with excitement, and I can't help but soften a little. Serena has fought so hard for so long on her own. She more than deserves this victory. We have scheduled events in the whole center, and guests will stay overnight in the gym. It's going to take a ton of coordination, but this could change lives, Roman. She emphasizes my name, willing me to understand, and I do. This is what it's all been for. Not just securing the property for me, but creating a place for Serena that gives these kids hope and opportunity. Serena's dream is now coming true before her eyes. I just wish the budget could have covered catering for everyone's meals during the conference, Serena says wistfully. I have to bite my tongue to stop from pointing out that I could easily afford it, knowing she'll reject the offer. I take another bite of my dinner, resolving to stay out of it and only offer moral support. But Serena's expectant eyes give me pause. This event means the world to her, and after all her struggles, she deserves this success. My mind works in overdrive, trying to find a way to make this happen for her. As she chatters enthusiastically about kid-friendly menu options, I feel something unfamiliar stir within me. That hollow, driven feeling that propels me through cutthroat deals is absent now. In its place is a sense of quiet contentment. Is this what it means to actually care about another's happiness? I tune back in to hear Serena say softly, "Can't believe it's all coming together. I couldn't have done this without you, Roman, truly." The open gratitude in her eyes catches me off guard. I turn my focus to my dinner, grunting vaguely in response. But her words linger with me, awakening desires long suppressed, to create rather than destroy, protect rather than conquer. She makes me want to be better. Later, as I review budget items for this conference, the usual shrewd analysis is tempered by imagining Serena's joy when she sees the lengths gone to make this special for the kids. Worth every penny for her. She thinks I'm cold and calculating, and perhaps I was. But something in me is shifting day by day in her presence. I will never be a man of open warmth, but for her, perhaps I can learn to channel my drive towards doing good, rather than pursuing only power. If this is the change she sparks in me, I welcome it. Serena has been working non-stop lately preparing for the upcoming youth conference. I know money is tight, and she's scraping together every penny for this event. I admire her determination and scrappy resourcefulness, but must she take it all onto her own shoulders alone? Over dinner, I broached the subject. We could host a fundraiser gala for the community center, draw in some deep pockets from the corporate circles to sponsor the programs. Of course, it would be easier if you just let me make a sizable contribution directly. Much more efficient than begging for coins from cheap tycoons. Serena's expression shudders. She forces a polite smile. That's generous, Roman, but I don't want to rely so much on your support for the center. I frown. Why not? I'm your husband. What's mine is yours. In name only, Serena replies tightly. I won't be indebted to you or give any impression this center is yours to control. Of course, I should have realized. After our bitter feud over the property, she is wary of relying on me financially. She fears the day our marriage ends and I try to wield it as leverage. I'm quiet for a long moment. I would never undermine your ownership of this place, Serena. Not after all you've sacrificed. She looks down, toying with her napkin. I appreciate that. But I have to build something permanent and sustainable here that's just mine. Please understand. Though frustration wells within me, I swallow it back. She's not rejecting me personally, just protecting herself and the community. I cannot fault that after the way she suffered. I do understand, I say finally. We'll do the fundraiser, and you can steer the donations to a foundation for sustainability. Serena's shoulders relax in relief. Thank you, Roman. I know I can be stubborn. I wave away her apology. It's one of your more admirable traits. The center couldn't ask for a fiercer champion. She graces me with a genuine smile then. In that moment, her walls come down, and I see past her wariness to the heart that still hopes despite it all. Mine stirs in response. If this is what she needs from me, I will oblige without complaint or condition. For her trust and happiness are worth far more than money. Dinner conversation turns to potential ideas for the community center fundraiser. Serena and I are debating the merits of a silent auction versus a gala when a little voice pipes up. You should have a carnival. We both turn in surprise to Haley, who is bouncing excitedly in her seat. With games and rides and cotton candy. Serena smiles gently at her daughter's enthusiasm. A carnival does sound really fun, but those can be hard to put together. Maybe for the next one, I say, before surprising myself by adding, but I like Haley's idea. We should have some activities at this fundraiser that make it fun for the local families, too. Not just doling out money. Serena raises her eyebrows but looks pleased. That's really thoughtful, Roman. I'm sure we can incorporate some fun booths and concessions to get the community involved. Haley cheers and begins chattering about all the carnival elements she wants to see. As I watch her spirited planning, I feel an odd shift in my perspective. In my past ruthless climb to the top, I would have scoffed at the idea of catering to the rabble with silly games and fried food. A charity gala was about squeezing maximum donations from wealthy contacts to bolster your image and connections, nothing more. The people it supposedly benefited were an afterthought. But Haley's innocent excitement about making it a true community event sparked something in me. Serena's influence has shown me the deep loyalty people feel when you make them an integral part of your vision, not just passive recipients of aid. Engaging them personally brings far greater returns than any PR ploy. Just as with the renovated community center, where I saw firsthand the hope it gave to those families, investing in people's well-being yields rewards that prosperity alone can't buy. Their steadfast support in return makes one untouchable. Serena has taught me to see beyond the ruthless numbers and leverage that used to rule my decision-making. There is value in uplifting people without expectation of personal gain, and in turn, their gratitude and trust strengthens you immeasurably. A lesson it seems I needed to learn. As Haley babbles on, I make a mental note to reach out to some contacts about donating food, games, and entertainment to create a true community carnival atmosphere. If this endeavor has shown me anything, it's that opening oneself up to human connection is strength, not weakness. And Haley's generation, these children Serena has devoted herself to, they are the future, worth investing in with more than just a check, but real engagement. There is power in goodwill and inclusion I never understood before. But now, with Serena and Haley at my side, perhaps even a ruthless mogul can change. By serving people, not just yourself, you reap unimaginable rewards. After putting Haley to bed, Serena and I stay up late, planning the fundraiser. There are countless details to discuss. The venue, catering, entertainment, and auction items. Serena handles it all with graceful competence, but I know the workload is heavy on her shoulders. Around midnight, I notice her stifling a yawn even as she continues making extensive to-do lists. You should get some rest, I suggest gently. This will all still be here tomorrow. Serena gives me a tired smile. I wish I had your energy. There's just so much to coordinate in so little time. Which is why you need to take care of yourself, I counter. Burning the candle at both ends won't help anyone. I expect her to argue, but instead, Serena sighs, putting down her pen. You're right. I'm no good to the center exhausted. It's just hard to shut my brain off when there's so much on the line. I know that relentless drive all too well. The niggling fear that if you stop pushing, everything will fall apart. An empire builder's constant shadow companion. Let me handle the vendor outreach tomorrow so you can focus on the big picture elements, I offer. Serena starts to protest, but I give her a look. No arguments. Consider it done. She smiles then, real warmth breaking through the fatigue. Thank you, Roman. I don't know what I'd do without you. You've been my rock through all of this. Her candid words catch me off guard. Clearing my throat gruffly, I gather up the scattered event plans into orderly piles before changing the subject. Right. Time for bed. I'll walk you. We walk down the hall together in a comfortable quiet. At Serena's door, she turns to me, softness in her eyes. Good night, Roman. Sleep well. She reaches up to graze her palm along my jaw gently. At her touch, something unravels inside me. Without conscious thought, I lean down and capture her mouth in a sudden, passionate kiss. For a heartbeat, she freezes, but then she melts into me with equal fervor. We break apart, both stunned and short of breath. The charged energy between us is now exposed and undeniable. Chapter 22. Roman. Kissing her feels like home, and home has never been something that brought me any comfort. But being here lately with Serena and Haley has awakened something inside me. The need to be depended on. The feeling of a protector, of a familial unit. I can see myself coming home to this woman every day for the rest of my life. Haley, too. She's one of the best parts of Serena. Speaking of, there's no other person right now I'd rather be wrapped around than Serena. She's giving me those screw-me eyes, and something in me snaps. So I sweep her off my feet to cradle her in my arms as we cross the threshold to the bedroom. I can't remember if I did this on our honeymoon. We were kind of distracted, I say. You can make it up to me tonight. She looks at me like I'm the greatest thing ever. I feel a surge of protectiveness and desire for this woman in my arms, like she's the most precious thing I've ever held. I set her down gently on the edge of the bed, taking care not to jostle her too much. Serena giggles, her smooth skin sliding against my rough hands as I guide her into a sitting position. "You're so strong," she whispers, tracing her fingers along my jawline. "And you're so beautiful," I tell her, leaning down to plant a tender kiss on her lips. I can taste the remnants of wine on her lips. It's intoxicatingly sweet and mixes with the natural flavor of her own mouth. Slowly and deliberately, I start to unbutton Serena's blouse, savoring the sound of each button popping free, and the gentle sighs that escape from her lips when I run my fingers over sensitive skin. I slip the fabric off her shoulders and trail soft kisses along her collarbone.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 23. Serena. I wake up still feeling the ghost of Roman's lips on mine from last night. Part of me worries that I should regret what passed between us. Crossing that line only complicates everything further in an already convoluted situation. But for once, I decide not to overthink or second guess. Last night felt right in a way I can't explain, like the last missing puzzle piece clicking into place. Rolling out of bed, I feel lighter than I have in ages. I move to the window and peek through the curtains at the new day dawning. The morning sun outside seems to match the warmth blossoming inside me. Heading to the kitchen, I find Haley already up and dressed, sitting at the kitchen table and finishing her cereal. My little early bird. I kiss the top of her head. "Good morning, sunshine. Ready for school today?" Haley nods, mouth full of Fruit Loops. I settle in next to her with my coffee, listening contently as she chatters about her class activities and friends. Just another morning, but it feels brighter now. Once Haley is all packed up, I walk her out to the car. Holding Haley's hand, I'm struck by a sense of peace I've rarely known. Last night, something shifted between Roman and I. Like we dropped all pretenses and defenses and saw each other plain at last. No more treading cautiously. The truth is out. Wherever this new path leads, we will walk it together. Arriving at the school shakes me from my reverie. "Have a wonderful day, sweetie," I say, hugging Haley tight. "I love you so much." She squeezes me back and then scampers off excitedly. As I head to my office, I feel only optimism, rather than the usual worries that plague me. The future is still uncertain, but I'm no longer facing it alone. Roman has become my partner in every sense now. Together we are strong. Sitting at my desk, I'm struck with an idea for an ambitious new community project. In the past, we've focused on just surviving, but with our recent success, maybe it's time to think bigger. I consider a comprehensive childcare program to empower working parents. It's a massive undertaking beyond our usual capacity, but perhaps achievable with the right support. Filled with excitement, I start sketching out plans eager to share with Roman and get his input, though he's not physically here right now. While we may clash on the scope and budget needs, I know Roman will be fully supportive of my vision. He believes in me and is committed to helping make bold initiatives like this a reality. For now, I begin laying the groundwork independently. I'll reach out to donors, partners, and local politicians to build support and secure seed funding to launch a pilot program. This won't happen overnight, but with Roman's unwavering faith in me, I feel empowered to pursue transformative change. Though he's not here beside me at this moment, I know Roman has my back. Together, our pragmatism and passion make us an unstoppable team. His connections and resources combined with my drive and knowledge of community needs means we can achieve great things that really reshape lives. I'm grateful not only for Roman's financial means, but his complete confidence in me to spearhead meaningful work like this. A new day is dawning on what we can accomplish. The road will be long, but with Roman fully supporting me, our full potential feels within reach. Leaving the community center after a long day, a chill creeps down my spine. Turning, I find the source. Carrington lurking nearby, a smug grin on his snake-like face. "Well, Serena?" He drawls, sauntering over. "Been avoiding me, I see. Naughty girl?" My stomach turns, but I lift my chin. "I've nothing to say to you, Carrington." I try brushing past him, but he grabs my arm roughly. "Oh, I think you do. This crusade of yours has gone on long enough." His eyes rake over me lasciviously. Time to stop playing pretend and come back to reality. Wrenching away, I glare at him. "The only one pretending is you, with this fantasy that I'll submit to being your pawn. Let it go." Before I can respond, a shrill voice pierces the tense air. "Get your filthy paws off her, Carrington." We turn to see Grace marching over, eyes blazing. Carrington backs away, plastering on an oily smile. "Grace, darling, we were just catching up." Grace is having none of it. She steps between us, jabbing a red-taloned finger into Carrington's chest. "Can it, you snake? I heard every vile word. Slither away now if you know what's good for you." Carrington rubs his chest resentfully, but realizes Grace won't back down. With a final glare at me, he smooths his hair. "Fine, I'm going. But this isn't over, Serena. When you need me again, and you will, I might not be so forgiving." He stalks off. I let out a shaky breath as adrenaline floods me. Grace rubs my arm comfortingly. "What a horrid man. Are you all right?" I nod, blinking back angry tears. "I will be. Thank you, Grace. Your timing was perfect." She smiles wryly. "Oh, I've been keeping an eye out in case that snake showed up." In the days after my unsettling encounter with Carrington, I try to brush it off and focus on my work, but his venomous words linger at the edges of my mind, festering like an infected wound. Walking the grounds one morning, my steps slow as I notice something amiss. One of the large oak trees has deep gashes running down its trunk. They look deliberate, not accidental. Unease creeping up my spine, I scan the area further. The entire flower bed is trampled, roses and hydrangeas crushed thoughtlessly underfoot. Our wooden signpost has been kicked over and lies dented and muddy in the grass. The string lights lining the pathways are smashed, glass bulbs broken and wires ripped out. I tour the inside next, a knot in my stomach. In the meeting hall, the folding chairs have been snapped and bent beyond repair, scattered haphazardly around the room. Classroom walls are marred with ugly gaps where paint has been gouged away right down to the plaster. Cabinets in the kitchen hang open, doors violently torn off their hinges. Drawers are upended, contents dumped out onto the counters and floor. But the worst discovery is in the back kitchen. All of the large industrial fridge and freezer units are unplugged, contents left to rot and spoil into a rancid, reeking mess. It turns my stomach to see hundreds of dollars of food meant for our community program senselessly ruined. Shaken, I lean against the wall, tears pricking at my eyes. The scope of the destruction is overwhelming, but I force myself to take a deep breath and keep it together. Carrington will not get the satisfaction of seeing me broken by this. I sink down, finally letting the tears fall hot and bitter. This place, these people, mean everything to me. Seeing our space violated shakes me to my core. At this moment, the light inside me gutters dangerously, but I force myself to breathe through the darkness. I will not let one cruel man's hatred extinguish the glow of all we've built. After the vandalism, I had hoped things would settle down, but it seems Carrington's campaign against us has only escalated. During our weekly job skills class, a group of intimidating men show up unannounced. They loom around the room, glaring and muttering under their breath, making our students shrink away nervously. When I firmly ask them to leave, they only laugh. What's wrong? Don't like people seeing how you've brainwashed these losers? Their leader taunts. I recoil at his hateful words, blood boiling, but restrain my anger. They clearly aim to provoke me. I won't give them the satisfaction. At the children's art exhibit, they appear again, now shouting insults, intentionally bumping into families and kicking over artwork displays. I am shaking, on the verge of exploding with rage at their cruelty, but I funnel it into calmly escorting them out before more damage is done. The final straw comes during our community potluck. As people are laughing, food is passed, and smiles abound. The men barge in, overturning tables and smashing dishes. My vision goes white-hot at the destruction. Before I can stop myself, I am marching up to the leader, jabbing a finger in his face. "You monsters have done enough harm," I shout, voice ringing out. A tense silence falls. For a moment, we only glare into each other's eyes. Then he smiles coldly. "Love won't save these people, Serena. Or you." With that ominous threat, they turn and file out. I am left shaken, surveying the ruined potluck, but also resolute. Carrington has shown he will stop at nothing to intimidate us. However, if we remain guided by light and compassion, his shadow cannot ultimately prevail. I must believe this with all my ravaged heart. Standing there amidst the overturned tables and smashed dishes, I feel something in me shift. The fear and self-doubt that Carrington hoped to instill instead hardens into steely determination. I will no longer wait reactively for his next act of sabotage. The time has come to go on the offensive, something Roman has been wanting to do for weeks, but I've begged him not to. Now, I will use every resource and connection available to expose Carrington's unethical tactics and demand intervention to stop his harassment. I realize now that appealing to his conscience or threatening legal action will never deter him. Direct action and consequences from authorities are needed. I fear what his retaliation may be, but I cannot let that stop me any longer. Carrington has underestimated the strength of my devotion to this community. He has awoken the warrior spirit within me that will fight with unflinching resolve to protect all we hold dear. I will shine an unforgiving light on the darkness and corruption he spreads, and together with others of goodwill, we will overcome.
Chapter 24. Roman. I punch in a number on my phone, and it's answered on the second ring. "Hawkins," I say curtly. "I need you to up the security at the community center. Double the patrols and install more cameras inside. I want eyes everywhere." The voice on the other end, seasoned and always too calm for my liking, replies, "Understood, Mr. Huntington. I'll have the team on it immediately." And Hawkins, I add, the edges of my voice sharp. Make it discreet. The last thing Serena needs is to feel like she's working in a fortress. Of course, sir, discretion is key. I hang up and lean back in my chair in my home office, the leather creaking under the shift of my weight. The knot in my stomach tightens as I think about Serena and Haley, about the vulnerability that Carrington exploited with such casual cruelty. It's that vulnerability I need to fortify, even if Serena resists. The door to my office opens and Serena steps in, her expression a mix of annoyance and apprehension. Roman, I heard your call about the increased security. I appreciate your concern, but you're turning the community center into a military base. That's not what we need. I stand, crossing the room to meet her, my movements deliberate. Serena, after today, can you honestly tell me that you feel safe? Her green eyes hold mine, fiery yet uncertain. It's not just about how I feel. It's about how everyone feels. The center is supposed to be open, welcoming. I stop a few feet away from her, my voice low. It will still be welcoming, but it will also be safe. I'm not negotiating on this. She looks away, her frustration clear. Roman, I know you mean well, but... No buts, Serena. This is non-negotiable. I step closer, lowering my voice to a near whisper. Not out of secrecy, but for emphasis. I can't, and won't, let anything happen to you or Haley. She meets my gaze again, her lips parting slightly as if to argue further, but then she closes them, nodding slowly. Okay, but promise me it won't feel like a prison. I promise, I say, knowing full well the balance I need to strike between security and openness. It's a thin line, one I'm accustomed to walking in my line of work, but never before has the stake been personal. Thank you, she murmurs, her voice softening. She turns to leave, then pauses and looks back. And Roman, thank you for caring. It's more than I expected. I watch her leave, the door closing gently behind her. I don't smile. There's still too much to worry about. But there's a lightness in my chest that wasn't there before. Sitting back down, I turn to the monitors, watching as my orders are carried out, as cameras and patrols multiply. The community center will be safe. Serena will be safe. And in ensuring that, I find an unfamiliar sense of satisfaction that goes beyond any business deal I've ever closed. This isn't about profit. It's about protection. And perhaps, just perhaps, it's about something even more significant. Change, not just in security tactics, but in myself. 2 nights later, I'm back in my office once more. The light is fading as I stand by the expansive windows of the penthouse, watching the city transition from the vibrant hues of sunset to the electric glow of night. I've just returned from securing a deal with the interior design company, a critical move designed to corner Carrington and significantly weaken his grip on the real estate market. The meeting was in another city, demanding an early flight and a long day, but the outcome was worth the fatigue now settling into my bones. Turning from the window, I survey the quiet opulence of the living space that Serena and I now share. It's still an alien concept, this shared existence, but each object here subtly marks the merging of our separate lives. The thought should be disconcerting, yet it's becoming increasingly familiar, almost comforting. I hear the soft patter of footsteps, and then Serena appears at the doorway with a hesitant smile. Her presence instantly shifts the atmosphere, softening the sharp edges of my day. "Roman, you're back," she says, walking towards me. Her voice carries a mix of relief and lingering tension, a tension I feel is my responsibility to dissolve. "I am," I reply, my tone more gentle than usual. "The deal went as planned. Carrington will find the market tightening around him very soon." Her eyes search mine, looking for reassurance. "And this will help keep the community center safe?" "It will," I confirm, leaving no room for doubt. "He'll have less leverage to bother us, to bother you." Serena nods, taking a breath that seems to release some of the worry she's been carrying. Thank you, Roman, for doing this, for everything. We stand in a moment of quiet understanding, the kind that has begun to bridge the gap between our worlds. I'm about to turn away, revert to my usual solitude when she reaches out, her hand lightly touching my arm. "Dinner's almost ready," she says softly, and for a minute it's like she's really my wife, like this domestic bliss really belongs to us. "Let me just change out of these." I gesture to my suit, which feels suddenly constrictive. As I retreat to my room, the penthouse no longer feels like just a high-rise luxury space. It feels closer to what Serena calls it, home. Changing quickly, I let the comfort of more casual clothes bring a rare ease to my shoulders. I return to find Serena setting the table, Haley chattering excitedly about her day. The scene is strikingly normal, disarmingly serene. I take a seat, allowing the simple act of a shared meal to knit us closer, letting the soft laughter and light conversation wash over me. In this moment, the city below, with all its demands and battles, feels miles away. Here, there's just the quiet joy of a makeshift family coming together, proving that some battles, especially those fought silently and without fanfare, are profoundly worth it. For the first time in a long time, I realize I'm not just planning moves on a chessboard. I'm building something lasting, something akin to peace. Later that night, the soft glow of the nightlight casts playful shadows across Haley's room as I close the book we've just finished. "The end," I announce in a whisper, noting how her eyes flutter against the pull of sleep. "Good night, Haley," I murmur, tucking the corner of the blanket snugly around her. She mumbles something indistinct, already halfway to dreams, and I quietly step out of the room, leaving the door ajar just as Serena taught me. The house is quiet, the kind of stillness that amplifies every soft step I take as I move down the hallway toward the living area where Serena waits. Serena looks up from her laptop as I enter, her expression mixing relief with a trace of anxiety. "Is she asleep?" "Yes," I reply, settling into the chair opposite her. The distance feels too formal, too cold for the conversation I need to have. "Serena, I need to leave for a business trip early tomorrow." Her brows furrow, the laptop slowly closing as she sets it aside. "You're leaving? Now?" "The timing isn't ideal, but it's necessary. The deal with the interior design company needs to be finalized with the CEO in person, and he couldn't make it to the previous meeting. They've agreed in principle, but we need to get everything ironclad. It's crucial for, I pause, realizing belatedly that my reasons, however valid, might sound hollow to her ears. "And what about us here? What about the community center and Carrington?" Her voice is steady, but there's an underlying note of disappointment I can't ignore. I lean forward, trying to bridge the gap my news has widened. I've arranged for increased security, both physical and digital. The crisis management team is on alert 24/7. You and Haley will be safe. The center will be safe. Serena nods, absorbing this, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. "I know you think that's enough, Roman, but sometimes it feels like you're just solving problems from a distance." The criticism stings more than I want to admit. It's how I manage things best, Serena. It's how I ensure everything runs smoothly. She sighs, a soft sound of resignation. "I know. I just wish sometimes... Never mind. Just be safe, okay?" I stand, feeling the weight of her unspoken words as much as her spoken ones. "I will. Call me if you need anything." Leaving the room, I squash the guilt rising in my chest. Business requires sacrifices, I remind myself. Yet, as I head to my own room, Serena's disappointed gaze haunts me, a reminder that some sacrifices might cost more than I anticipated.
Chapter 25. Serena. The morning light spills across the kitchen floor, casting long shadows that seem to echo the heaviness in my heart. Roman's suitcase stands by the door, a stark reminder of the decision that's been made despite my protests. I watch him from the doorway, his every movement meticulous and determined, just like the man himself. Roman, are you sure you have to do this now? I ask, even though we've had this conversation too many times in the last few hours. Perhaps. I think if I ask enough, the answer might change. He doesn't look up from his briefcase as he responds. It's the only way, Serena. I need to ensure Carrington's threat is completely eradicated. This is about protecting you, Haley, and the community center. I nod, swallowing the lump in my throat. It's hard to argue with his logic, even when it leaves a cold space beside me. The sound of the front door swinging open breaks the morning stillness. Roman, we need to talk. Now. Alex's voice is more strained than usual as he steps inside, his eyes quickly finding Roman in the kitchen. Roman looks up, his expression tightening. This isn't a good time, Alex. It's exactly the right time, Alex insists, glancing towards me before lowering his voice, though I can still hear him. You're rushing into this. There's too much at stake, and Serena, this isn't your concern. Roman cuts him off sharply, his eyes flashing a warning. Alex's jaw clenches, and he takes a step closer to Roman. It is my concern when you're risking everything we've built because you can't see past your own. I'm protecting my family. Roman's voice rises, a rare crack in his usually controlled demeanor. And you think I'm not concerned about that? Alex retorts. You think I don't care about Serena and Haley? The tension between them is palpable, and I step forward, feeling the need to intervene before this escalates further. Alex, Roman, please, I say, my voice steady despite the shaking I feel inside. Fighting isn't going to solve anything. They both turn to look at me, and for a moment the argument halts. Roman's face softens slightly as he looks at me, and Alex's shoulders slump, his frustration fading into concern. Serena, Alex begins, turning fully towards me now. I just want to make sure he's not walking into a trap. Carrington is desperate, and desperate men are dangerous. I nod, understanding his fear. I know, Alex, and I appreciate you looking out for him, for all of us. Roman picks up his briefcase, his movements slow. I have to do this. It's the only way to ensure your safety. Alex looks at Roman, then at me, and sighs. I'll make sure our security team is on high alert until he's back. We'll keep an eye on Carrington's movements, too. Serena, you won't be alone in this. Thank you, Alex, I say, my voice thick with emotions. As Roman approaches the door, I walk over to him, the urge to ask him to stay bubbling up again, but I suppress it. Instead, I reach up and pull him into a hug, which he returns, a rare moment of vulnerability showing through his usual reserve. I love you, I whisper, knowing these are the words he needs to carry with him. Roman leans back, searching my eyes, his own eyes wide in surprise and wonder. When he pulls me back into him, it's tighter than before. I love you too, more than you know, he whispers back, then gently pulls away. I'll be back as soon as I can. With that, he steps out, leaving Alex and me standing in the silence of the aftermath, with me still reeling from his admittance of his shared affection. Alex places a reassuring hand on my shoulder. He'll be okay, Serena. I'll make sure of it. As Alex leaves, promising to keep in touch, I'm left alone in the quiet penthouse. It feels emptier than before, but Alex's assurances echo in my mind, a small comfort in the vast uncertainty. I know the coming days will be a test of endurance, of faith in Roman's love and his promises. With that in mind, I resolve to face whatever comes with the strength Roman sees in me, the strength that I must now find within myself. The penthouse feels colder and emptier as the days stretch on. Roman's texts and calls have dwindled to brief, almost curt check-ins. Functional, devoid of the warmth we'd managed to cultivate. Each message feels like a reminder of the growing distance between us, not just in miles, but in the spaces of our shared life that used to be filled with laughter and conversation. Meanwhile, Carrington's persistence escalates. His calls, his veiled threats disguised as negotiations, come more frequently. Each ring of the phone sends a jolt of anxiety through me, and each message left unanswered fuels a growing sense of desperation. I handle them as best I can, with outward calm and a firmness I've learned from Roman, but inside, a storm brews. Today, after deflecting yet another of Carrington's calls, I sit in the living room, the phone still in my hand, feeling the weight of isolation. My thoughts drift to Roman, to the promises whispered and the plans laid out before he left. It all feels like a distant memory now, overshadowed by his current absence and silence. I think about everything I've put on the line, for the community center, for us. And now, with Roman's distant demeanor, a painful thought nags at me. Perhaps I was just a part of his strategy, a piece moved on his chessboard of high-stakes business deals. The thought stings, a bitter pill coated in the residue of my own naivety. I dial Roman's number, my finger hesitating just a moment before I press call. The line rings, and then his voicemail greeting echoes in my ear. The impersonal beep prompts me to speak, but words fail me. I hang up without leaving a message. Sitting back, I feel a mix of anger and sorrow knotting in my chest. I did all this for him, for us, but now, chased by Carrington's shadow and chilled by Roman's growing indifference, I feel more alone than ever. As night falls, I turn off my phone, unable to face another hollow conversation or another ignored call. I look around at the silent, darkened rooms, our home that feels less like a sanctuary and more like a gilded cage. The realization settles heavy in my heart. In Roman's quest to protect me, he's left me more exposed than ever, battling shadows on my own. The days pass with a slow, dragging weight, each one merging into the next with little change in Roman's distant communication. When he does call, his voice is all business, efficient and reassuring in a way that's meant to soothe, but instead leaves a hollow echo in my chest. Everything will be fine, Serena. Just a few more days and this will all be over, he promises with a confidence I wish I could mirror. I hang up the phone and try to muster a smile as Haley enters the room, her small face mirroring the tension that has seeped into our home. It's clear she feels the absence of Roman as acutely as I do. Her usual bubbly chatter has dwindled into silence, her laughter a rare sound that I miss more than anything. "Mommy, when is Roman coming back?" she asks, her voice small, eyes wide, and searching for an answer I'm afraid to give too optimistically. "Very soon, honey," I reply, scooping her up into a hug. "He's just making sure that all the bad things stay away from us. He's like a superhero, you know." Haley nods, her fingers playing with a strand of my hair. "Will he bring me a present?" she asks, a hopeful lilt in her voice. "Maybe." I laugh softly, grateful for this moment of lightness. "We'll have to wait and see." I set her down and we move to the kitchen to prepare dinner together. It's a simple activity, but I focus on it with all my might, determined to keep a semblance of normalcy for Haley's sake. We mix, stir, and taste, and for a brief time, the kitchen is filled with the delicious aroma of cooking and Haley's gentle humming, a song Roman used to hum to her. After dinner, we sit down to watch Haley's favorite cartoon, and I try to lose myself in the bright colors and happy faces on the screen. Yet, my mind wanders back to Roman's calls, to the unspoken words heavy between each reassurance. His promises sound solid, yet they float around me like smoke, intangible and slightly suffocating. As Haley leans against me, her body warm and trusting, I stroke her hair and whisper silent promises to myself. I promise to be the rock she can lean on, no matter how unsteady I feel inside. I promise to shield her from the complexities of adult fears and conflicts. Later, as I tuck her into bed, her eyelids fluttering shut, I sit by her side a little longer, watching her sleep. In the quiet of her room, my thoughts drift to Roman, his intentions, his plans, his battles. I understand his need to protect us, to wage this war against threats lurking in the shadows. But here, in the soft glow of Haley's nightlight, I wonder if he realizes what we really need isn't the victory he's chasing. It's him, here, with us. I leave Haley's room, the sound of my footsteps soft against the carpet. In the living room, I pause, taking in the stillness, the empty spaces where Roman's presence is sorely missed. And though I'm surrounded by the walls of our home, the space feels vast and echoing, a reminder of the distance between us, not just in miles, but in the shared moments that are slipping through our fingers every day he's gone. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to tylerwalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 26. Roman. As I step into the elevator at the ground floor of our building, the weight of my briefcase in my hand feels heavier than the deals it contains. Deals that are supposed to mark a victory. I've secured alliances with 2 major companies, effectively isolating Carrington in the commercial real estate market. It's a strategic win, a perfect checkmate. Yet, as I take the elevator to the penthouse, a sense of unease begins to gnaw at the edges of my triumph. I enter the apartment slowly, almost hesitantly, which is unlike me. The entryway is quiet. Too quiet. Normally, Haley would come running, her small arms thrown wide, ready to be lifted into a hug. This time, however, there's only silence. Serena? Haley? My voice sounds foreign in the stillness of our home. Serena appears at the end of the hall, her smile tight, her eyes less bright than I remember. "Welcome back," she says, her voice steady but lacking warmth. "Thank you," I reply, setting down my briefcase and removing my coat. I want to reach out, pull her into an embrace, but something in her posture holds me back. Haley peeks around Serena, her usual exuberance dimmed to a cautious curiosity. "Hi," she murmurs almost shyly. "Hey there, superstar," I say, trying to inject cheer into my voice as I crouch to open my arms for her. She hesitates, then steps forward to allow a brief hug, her body stiff. This isn't how I imagined coming home. "We made dinner," Serena says, turning back towards the kitchen. "It's ready." As we sit around the table, the tension is palpable. I launch into descriptions of the deals, the negotiations, the wins. I'm talking about millions, about strategic advantages. But with each word, I see Serena withdraw further, her responses dwindling to nods and monosyllables. Finally, she sets down her fork, her voice low. "I'm glad your trip was successful, Roman." "It was," I say. And then, looking at her, really looking, I add, "But it seems like something's off here." Serena sighs, a deep, weary release of breath. "While you were securing deals, Carrington was relentless. Calls, threats. It was a lot, Roman. And Haley. She feels it too. It's been hard. The words hit me harder than any business setback ever could. I'd been so focused on the battle, on winning, that I'd failed to see the war being waged at home. My family, my foundation, had been under siege. I didn't realize, I admit, the weight of my oversight settling heavy on my shoulders. I thought I was doing what was best, protecting you by taking him on directly. You were, she acknowledges, her voice soft but firm. But sometimes, Roman, it feels like you're there. In the boardrooms, in the deals, more than you're here with us. We needed you here, too. The truth of her words stings. I pride myself on being a protector, a provider. But I had been absent when they needed me most. Haley's subdued demeanor, Serena's exhausted resilience. They were my unintended casualties. I didn't see. I'll do better. I need to do better. Serena nods, her hand reaching across the table to briefly squeeze mine. We just want you with us, Roman. That's all we've ever needed. The rest of the evening passes with an awkward, tentative peace. After dinner, I help Haley with a puzzle, a simple act, but each piece feels like a small step towards rebuilding the trust and presence I'd let slip away. I stand in the doorway of Serena's bedroom later, watching her as she methodically folds laundry, her back to me, the tension in her shoulders betraying her calm exterior. The silence between us is heavy, charged with the unspoken words of earlier conversations, and the air feels thick, stifling. Serena, I begin, my voice firm, trying to bridge the gap with words. We need to talk about this. I can't just stand by and watch. She cuts me off, her voice sharp as she turns to face me. Watch what, Roman? Watch as you make decisions without me. Decisions that affect all of us? That's not fair, I reply, frustration building. I was trying to protect you, to do what I thought was best for our family. By leaving us here to deal with Carrington's threats alone. Serena's voice rises, her eyes flashing with a mix of anger and hurt. You think that because you come back with deals and contracts everything is fine? I clench my jaw, feeling the familiar surge of irritation. Yes, I do. Because those deals keep us safe. They keep everything running. They're what I needed to do. Serena shakes her head, her voice cold. What you needed to do? What about what we needed, Roman? Did you think about that? Did you think about me or Haley while you were out there? I did everything for you. My voice booms louder than intended, echoing off the walls. Every decision, every deal I did with you in mind. But you never asked, Roman. Serena throws the shirt she was folding onto the bed, her chest heaving with each breath. You never asked what we needed from you. The accusation stings, slicing through the defenses I had built up. I take a step towards her, my hands balled into fists at my sides. So what do you want from me, Serena? To just sit back and let Carrington walk all over us? Is that what you want? No, I want you to be here, to be present. Her voice breaks, a note of desperation threading through her words. I needed you here, with us, not making deals. I needed a husband, not a strategist. The raw honesty in her voice stops me in my tracks, the intensity of her words, her need for me to be present, not just as a protector, but as a partner, hits hard. I was doing my best, I say, my voice lowering, the fight draining out of me. Your best, she repeats, her voice hollow. Your best to keep you away from the real problems, from the emotional battles we faced every day you were gone. I look at her, and for the first time, I see the toll my absence has taken. The weariness in her eyes, the set of her mouth, a mixture of disappointment and resilience. I'm sorry, I say, the words inadequate but necessary. I thought I was doing the right thing. Sometimes, Roman, Serena says, her voice softer now but still laced with sadness. The right thing isn't about winning battles out there. It's about facing the battles here, at home, together. I nod slowly, digesting her words, the truth in them undeniable. I'm sorry. She doesn't move closer, nor does she offer absolution. Instead, she picks up another piece of clothing, resuming her folding, the distance between us filled with 1,000 words left unsaid. "Let's try to find a way forward," I suggest, my voice tentative. She doesn't respond. As she continues to fold laundry, I stand there realizing the depth of the divide my actions have caused. The room feels colder, the space between us wider than ever. I understand now that the deals I made, the success I achieved, came at a cost that was too high, paid not in dollars but in the distance it created between us. I resolve to bridge that gap, but as I watch her, the determination is tinged with the understanding that some distances take more than apologies to close. I stand in the dim light of the hallway at bedtime, leaning against the wall, the distant sounds of Serena putting Haley to bed filtering through the silence. The soft cadence of their voices, usually a comforting symphony, now sounds like a melody I'm barred from, a harmony I've disrupted with my own hands. The realization hits me hard like a physical blow. I've risked everything. My relationship with Serena, the innocent happiness of Haley, over a business rivalry that now seems petty, trivial against the backdrop of what I stand to lose at home. The sharp edge of this understanding cuts through the layers of justifications I've built around my actions. For years, I prided myself on being unemotional and detached in my decisions. Emotions, I believed, were liabilities in the cutthroat world of business. But standing here, eavesdropping on the life I've jeopardized, I feel them crashing over me. Regret, love, fear. It's a tumultuous sea, and for the first time, I'm allowing myself to be swept away by it. I've always thought caring too much was a weakness, but as the murmur of Serena's lullaby to Haley reaches my ears, I realize that not caring enough might be the greatest weakness of all. My heart, a muscle I've rarely exercised in emotional matters, now clenches with a fierce determination. I need to repair this, not just with apologies, but with actions, with presence. The deals, the victories in boardrooms, they pale in comparison to the real achievement of winning back my family's trust and love. This is a negotiation where the stakes are personal, and I can't afford to lose. I march into Alex's office the next morning, the door slamming shut behind me with more force than necessary. Alex looks up from his desk, his expression shifting quickly from surprise to concern as he takes in my grim demeanor. "Roman, what's going on?" he asks, his tone even, a stark contrast to the turmoil I'm feeling. I pace in front of his desk, the words tumbling out. "I've messed up, Alex. With Serena, with Haley. I've been so focused on Carrington, on winning, that I didn't see what it was doing to them. To us." Alex leans back, nodding slowly, his fingers steepled in front of him. "I tried to warn you, Roman. You were playing with fire, not just in business, but at home, too." I stop pacing, the weight of his words grounding me momentarily. I know you did. And I didn't listen. I thought I was doing it all for the right reasons, but I trail off, frustration and regret warring within me. Alex stands, coming around to the front of his desk, his demeanor serious but empathetic. "It's not too late, Roman. You're realizing it now, and that's what matters. You love them, don't you?" His question, simple yet profound, slices through the last of my defenses. "Yes," I admit, the word heavy with emotion. "More than anything." "Then show them that," Alex advises, clapping a hand on my shoulder. "Go home, Roman, not with deals or promises of safety, but with your time, your presence. That's what they need from you." His words resonate with a clarity that I've been missing. I nod, a plan forming in my mind. "Thank you, Alex. I needed to hear that." As I leave his office, a sense of purpose steadies my stride. It's time to make amends, not through grand gestures, but through the quiet, steadfast presence they've needed all along. I'm not just returning, I'm beginning anew.
Chapter 27. Serena. Standing by the kitchen window, I watch the autumn leaves flutter down from the tired branches, a silent, relentless descent. They don't resist the wind, they don't fight the inevitable. I stir my coffee absent-mindedly, the swirl of the cream blending into the dark liquid like the merging of my conflicting thoughts. Today, Roman left the house with a purpose that was palpable in his every step, a determination that I hadn't seen directed toward our personal life in a long time. Since his return, something has shifted. The man who walked back through our door wasn't the same man who left. His edges seemed softer, his gaze more lingering, his presence more here. Not just physically, but emotionally too. It's almost shocking, this change. Roman, who rarely lets his guard down, who guards his emotions like state secrets, is reaching out, showing up in ways I hadn't dared to hope for. Yet here I am, grappling with a decision that feels as heavy as the evening shadows stretching across the floor. Do I guard my heart and protect myself from the potential pain of being let down again? Or do I risk everything for the chance to reconnect, to rebuild from the scattered pieces of our shared dreams? Haley's laughter echoes from the living room, a sound that's always been a balm to my worries. It reminds me of all that's at stake, our family, our future, our happiness. Roman is trying. The effort is clear in his actions, the way he speaks, the gentleness in his eyes when he looks at Haley, when he looks at me. Taking a deep breath, I set my coffee down and walk towards the living room, where Haley is building a castle out of blocks. Roman is there on the floor beside her, helping her stabilize the walls. Watching them together, a swell of emotions rises within me. Love, fear, and hope, all mingling into a potent mix. "Mommy, look!" Haley's voice pulls me from my reverie, her small hand waving me over. I kneel beside them, my hand brushing lightly against Roman's as I help place another block. Our eyes meet, and there's a silent conversation that passes between us. It's a look that says, he knows he has much to make up for, and I understand the unspoken promise in his gaze. "You're getting quite good at building castles, Haley," I say, my voice steady, though my heart is anything but. "It's Roman's idea." She beams, and Roman's smile, rare and heartbreakingly sincere, is directed not just at Haley but at me too. In this small, perfect moment, my decision makes itself. I choose to risk it. I choose love, messy, complicated, potentially heart-wrenching love, because the alternative, a life without this man and the family we've built, is unimaginable. As we continue to build the castle, adding towers and gates, I realize that this is what I want. To build, to create, not just in play, but in every aspect of our lives. To take the risk, to embrace the possibility of falling, because the potential to soar is worth it. The next day, the afternoon sun casts long shadows across the kitchen floor as I sit at the table, nursing a cup of tea. The steam rises in slow, swirling tendrils, a stark contrast to the turmoil inside me. I've been turning over my conversation with Roman the other night in my head, over and over, analyzing each word, each pause, each look. Despite the resolve I felt, the remnants of doubt linger like the faint aftertaste of too strong tea. The sound of the doorbell pulls me from my reverie. I stand, smoothing down my shirt, and open the door to find Grace there, her eyes bright and knowing. Grace has always had an uncanny ability to sense when I'm in turmoil, often appearing exactly when I need her wisdom the most. "Serena," she greets me, stepping inside and enveloping me in a warm hug that smells faintly of lavender and sage, a comforting blend. "I was in the neighborhood and thought I'd drop by. How are you holding up?" We move to the kitchen, and I pour her a cup of tea, the ritual of it calming my nerves slightly. It's complicated, Grace. I start, hesitating as I try to find the words. Roman is back, and he's trying, really trying, but there's so much that's been left unsaid, so much I don't know how to handle. Grace takes a sip of her tea, her eyes never leaving mine. Change, especially in the ones we love, can be frightening, Serena. It challenges our understanding of them and of our relationship. But tell me, does this change feel right? Does it feel true? I nod, more to myself than to her. It does. It's just that I'm scared, Grace. Scared of being vulnerable again. Scared of what it means to truly let him back in. Grace sets down her cup, her expression serious yet gentle. Well, being vulnerable is terrifying, but it's also the only way to truly connect with someone. You've built walls, understandably so, but Roman is not just anyone, is he? Do you want to give him a chance to prove that he's more than his mistakes? I sigh, the weight of her words settling around me. Of course. And last night, I decided to take that risk. I told him that I'm willing to try, to face whatever comes, together. But part of me is still holding back Grace. How do I let go of that fear? Grace reaches across the table, her hand covering mine. By trusting in the love you have for each other. Trust that it's strong enough to weather this storm. And remember, Serena, every day you choose to stay open, communicate, and share is a day you grow closer, not just to Roman, but to the best version of yourself. Her words, wise and soothing, seep into the cracks of my resolve, filling them with warmth. Thank you, Grace. I needed to hear that. We spend the next hour talking, Grace sharing stories of her own experiences, of the challenges and triumphs in her long marriage. Each story is a reminder of the complexities of love, of its enduring strength despite the inevitable hardships. As Grace prepares to leave, she gives me another tight hug. You're stronger than you think, Serena. And remember, it's not just about enduring the hard times, but also about embracing the joy in the good ones. Make sure you do that too. I walk her to the door, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. I will, Grace. Thank you truly. After she leaves, I stand at the window, watching the sun dip below the city horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. A sense of peace settles over me, a quiet confidence that no matter what comes, I'm ready to face it, not just for Roman or for Haley, but for myself. I'm folding laundry in the living room, a mechanical task that allows my thoughts to wander, when Haley pads into the room with her favorite stuffed bear clutched under one arm. Her small brow is furrowed, an expression of concern that seems too mature for her young face. She climbs onto the couch next to me, her presence a silent question. "Mommy, are you sad?" Haley asks, her voice small but filled with the intuitive concern that children often possess. Her eyes search my face for clues. I pause, a shirt half folded in my hands, and meet her gaze. "Why do you ask that, sweetheart?" "Because you look like this sometimes." She scrunches up her face, mimicking a frown. "And Roman isn't here much. Is it because of me?" The innocence and worry in her question tightens something in my chest. I set aside the laundry, turn to her fully, and pull her into a gentle hug. "Oh, honey, no. None of this is because of you. Roman and I have just been very busy, but we both love you so much." "But you're sad," she insists, her voice muffled against my shoulder. I sigh, realizing the impact our situation has had on her, even if we've tried to keep it hidden. Sometimes adults feel sad, just like kids do. It doesn't mean something is very wrong. We're working through it, and it's okay to feel this way sometimes. "Will you and Roman be happy again?" Her question is direct. Her concern for our happiness as clear as her desire for a bedtime story. I stroke her hair, choosing my words with care. "We're trying our best, sweetie. Roman and I are talking a lot, and we're trying to make things better. We both want to be the happiest we can be for you." "Can I help?" she offers earnestly, pulling back to look at me with eager eyes. I chuckle softly, touched by her offer. You already help just by being you, Haley. Just keep being your wonderful self, and that makes us very happy." She nods, seemingly satisfied with this explanation, and snuggles closer. "Okay, Mommy, I love you." "I love you too, so much," I whisper, kissing the top of her head. As we sit there, the room growing dim as the evening light fades, I feel a renewed sense of resolve. Seeing the world through Haley's eyes, where solutions are simple and love is a given, reminds me of what's important. It's not just about navigating my relationship with Roman for our own sake, but for Haley's too. She deserves a happy home, and that motivates me to strive for harmony and understanding, to truly address the issues between Roman and me. After a few moments, Haley hops off the couch, rejuvenated and ready to play before dinner. As I watch her dart around, arranging her toys for an impromptu tea party, I realize that these small moments of reassurance are as much for her as they are for me. They are reminders that we are a family, capable of navigating through storms with the beacon of our mutual love guiding us. This, I tell myself, is what will keep us anchored, no matter the challenges Roman and I face in rediscovering our path together.
Chapter 28. Roman. The air feels charged with tension, and the weight of my decision presses down on me as I step out of my car in front of Carrington's office building. It's a calculated risk, but one I must take, not just for my family's peace, but to reclaim our lives from the clutches of a man who's used intimidation far too freely. I adjust my suit jacket, feeling the fabric stretch across my back, a physical reminder of the role I'm about to play. I'm not here as just a businessman today. I'm a husband and a father, defending what's most precious to me. As I walk toward the building, the click of my shoes on the pavement sounds like a metronome, steady and resolute. My phone buzzes with a text from Alex, who I briefed about my plan. His message is simple. Media in position. Be clear. Be visible. I pocket the phone with a nod, mentally bracing myself. The revolving doors of the building push me into the polished lobby, where Carrington is already waiting, his surprise at seeing me unannounced evident in his momentarily widened eyes. I don't miss the swift mask of composure that replaces his initial shock. "Carrington," I greet, my voice loud enough to carry. Heads turn, and from the corner of my eye I see the flutter of a camera's shutter, a confirmation that the media are indeed capturing every moment. "Roman, to what do I owe this unexpected pleasure?" Carrington's voice drips with faux cordiality, his smile tight. "I'm here to discuss your recent interests in my personal affairs," I state, stepping closer. My voice is firm, my stance unyielding. "Your tactics of intimidation and harassment toward my family are over, Carrington." The crowd in the lobby thickens, whispers swirling around us like a rising wind. Carrington's smile falters, his composure cracking. "I have no idea. Cut the act," I interrupt, my patience thin. "You've crossed a line, threatening my wife, hovering around my home. It ends now." I pause, ensuring my next words carry across the onlookers. "Or the next conversation we have will be in a courtroom." Carrington's face hardens, his eyes narrowing. "You're making a scene, Roman. Think about your reputation." "My reputation is not built on silence and fear," I retort, my voice rising slightly. "It's built on respect, something you might struggle to understand." The cameras flash again, capturing the standoff. Carrington looks around, his confidence wavering under the scrutiny of the public eye. I know I've struck a nerve, and I press on, my next words for more than just him. "I'm committed to my family, and I will do whatever it takes to protect them. No more games, Carrington." There's a heavy silence following my declaration. Carrington straightens, his usual facade of control slipping back into place. "This isn't over, Roman." "It is. And if it isn't," I say, meeting his gaze with a steely one of my own, "then it's just beginning for you." Standing my ground, I maintain a steady gaze on Carrington, my resolve unshaken by his thinly veiled threats. The lobby is abuzz with murmurs and the occasional click of a camera, capturing every moment of our showdown. This isn't just a personal victory, it's a public statement. I suggest you rethink your strategies, I continue, my tone even but firm. Because I will not hesitate to take legal action if you so much as think of endangering my family again. Carrington's lips press into a thin line, his eyes darting around the lobby, no doubt assessing the impact of this confrontation on his own reputation. You'll regret this, Roman, he mutters, almost under his breath. That's where you're wrong, Carrington, I reply confidently. Protecting my family is something I'll never regret. With that, I turn slightly, addressing the gathered crowd and the ever-present cameras. I have made my position clear. My family is my priority, and I will defend them at all costs. I hope this is the last time we have this conversation. The lobby of the office building still buzzes with the murmurs and occasional clicks of media cameras as I prepare to leave. But before I can step through the revolving doors to exit, a thought strikes me, a bold one. Turning back to face the crowd that's gathered, I decide it's time to add something more. Something personal that I've never done before in such a public manner. I clear my throat and the room gradually falls silent, the attention turning back to me. My heart beats a determined rhythm, echoing the seriousness of my next words. Ladies and gentlemen, I start. While today's confrontation was about setting boundaries in terms of business practices and personal harassment, there is something more important I need to affirm. I pause, gathering my thoughts. Many of you know me as Roman Huntington, the businessman, the entrepreneur. But the roles I value most are those of a husband and a father. Serena, my wife, has been my unwavering support through the toughest of times. Her strength and resilience inspire me every day, and I love her deeply. The room seems to hold its breath, not used to such public displays of affection from someone like me. And then there's Haley, I continue, my voice softening as I mention our daughter. She has brought immeasurable joy and light into our lives. My commitment to them surpasses any business deal or professional endeavor. I then shift slightly, making sure to address another aspect close to my heart. Moreover, I am dedicated to the community center we've been developing. This project is not just an investment in property. It's an investment in our community, in our future. I am committed to making it a place where families much like mine can come together, grow, and support each other. The crowd listens, some nodding, others exchanging surprised glances at the depth of commitment I'm expressing in such a public forum. The cameras continue to roll, capturing every word, every expression. I know these words will reach Serena, and while the gesture is grand, it's the sincerity behind it that I hope resonates with her the most. As we move forward, I conclude, I want everyone to know that my actions today and every day forward are for my family and for our community. These aren't just words. They're promises backed by the full commitment of everything I am and everything I have. The reporters scribble furiously, and flashes from the cameras light up the space like sporadic lightning. The murmur rises again as I finally turn to leave, feeling a weight lift off my shoulders. Not only have I confronted a threat, but I've also publicly aligned my personal and professional life in a way I never have before. As I walk outside, the cool air hits me with a refreshing gust. I feel exposed yet liberated. Declaring my priorities so openly, especially in a setting that commands media attention, was a gamble, but it's one I needed to make, not just for the public's perception, but for Serena, for Haley, for the community that I've grown to hold dear. The drive home feels different this time. Each mile brings me closer not just to my family, but to a new chapter where I no longer compartmentalize my life into personal and professional. Today, I blended them publicly, a gesture that I hope underscores not just to Serena, but to everyone how serious I am about my commitments. When I finally arrive home, the penthouse looks the same as it always does, but it feels different. It's no longer just a place I return to after work. It's the embodiment of everything I stood for today. I know that when I walk through that door, I'm not just returning as Roman the businessman, but as Roman, Serena's husband, Haley's father, ready to embrace all the joys and challenges that come with those most cherished roles. I park the car and make my way inside, the recent public declaration still resonating in my mind like a bold strike of a gong. My footsteps echo in the corridor, a rhythmic sound that matches the still pounding pulse of adrenaline from the day's events. As I open the door, Daisy, Serena's loyal golden retriever, is the first to greet me. Her tail wags furiously, a blur of golden happiness. She pushes her body against my legs, her excitement palpable and infectious. I can't help but smile down at her, rubbing behind her ears in the way I know she loves. "Hey, girl," I murmur, grateful for such a warm welcome. Before I can get further into the room, Serena appears. Her face is lit with a mixture of surprise and joy, and she rushes over to me, her arms open wide. She wraps me in a hug, her body warm and inviting against mine, a stark contrast to the cold formality of the business world I've just left behind. "I saw everything on the news," she whispers, her voice thick with emotion. "Roman, I love you." Hearing those words, feeling her close, stirs something profound within me. It's a confirmation of everything I've hoped for: acceptance, love, unity. "I meant every word, Serena," I say, pulling back slightly to look into her eyes. "I'm here for you, for Haley, for us." Her eyes shimmer with unshed tears, and she pulls me back into a hug, tighter this time. I know. I could see that. It was incredible, Roman. We stand in the entryway, holding each other. Daisy circles around us, occasionally nudging us with her nose, a happy participant in our reunion. This moment, simple yet profound, marks a turning point. It's not just about facing external challenges. It's about solidifying what we have here, at home. My public declaration wasn't just for the world to hear. It was a promise made directly to Serena, a vow to prioritize our family above all else. As we finally break apart from the hug, Serena smiles up at me, a smile that speaks of relief, love, and a renewed sense of connection.
Chapter 29. Serena. I'm all wrapped up in Roman, basking in the high that comes with knowing this man is in love with me, when I hear the voice of the other half of my heart bounding through the room. "Mommy! Roman!" Haley squeals. I turn around to see her barreling towards us, Grace hot on her heels. My arms open to receive my daughter's affection, which I had assumed to be for me, only to be left out in the cold as she immediately jumps into Roman's arms and hugs him. I make sure she sees my face of exaggerated utter shock and disappointment, but she just laughs and nestles in closer to Roman. He kisses her head, and I could melt into a puddle on this tile floor right now. Seeing this man dote on my daughter, it's all I ever wanted for her, someone who loves and adores her as much as I do. He whispers something in her ear, and her eyes light up. He nods as she runs back over to Grace. I swear if he's offered her ice cream for dinner again, I am going to kill him. Roman turns and winks at both girls before turning back to me. He gets down on one knee, and I swear the whole world stops spinning. It's as if time has stopped completely, and all that exists is this beautiful man looking up at me with hope and longing. Is this really happening? Serena Olivia Jones, he begins softly, his voice cracking slightly with emotion. From the moment I set eyes on you, my heart knew no other path but yours. I didn't know what love was until the day you showed me, and everything that followed has been a whirlwind of joy and discovery. You are the light that guides me through this dark world, my beacon of hope in every storm. You have made me a better man, and for that I am thankful. He glances at Haley and Grace, who are watching with eager anticipation. You and Haley are the greatest gifts life has ever given me, and I vow to love, take care of, and protect you both until my last breath. So, will you do me the utmost honor to be mine forever? To stand by my side as we raise that beautiful little girl, to be strong and kind-hearted like her mother? Marry me again, for real this time. He smirks. I have to wipe my eyes to see the small velvet box he pulls from his pocket because they've clouded over with tears. He opens it, and I lose my breath. It's the most stunning diamond ring I have ever laid eyes on. The glimmer of the stone catches the light and sends sparkles flying around the room. I look at Haley. She's wrapped around Grace's leg with the biggest smile on her face, jumping up and down with excitement and nodding yes, so hard that she may have a sore neck later. Grace has her hands over her heart and tears in her eyes. She knows what all Haley and I have gone through to get to this moment. I lock eyes with the man who sets my soul on fire, the love of my life, the protector of our hearts. This is hands down the easiest answer to a question I've ever given in my entire life. Yes, Roman, of course I'll marry you. I look back at Haley and choke up with tears. We can't imagine our life without you in it. He places the ring on my finger, joining it to the simple band that started this whole thing, and rises up from his knee and kisses me passionately. I faintly hear the cheers and squeals from Haley and Grace as I'm so consumed by this man. We are broken apart by Haley's hands reaching for Roman. He picks her up without haste. While he dotes on Haley, I break away and go to my best friend. I have prayed that you would find someone that would love you and Haley how you were meant to be loved. And I'm so happy you found that. You're so deserving of it, Serena, she says through choked sobs. I embrace my best friend of many years, my #1 supporter, my biggest confidant, my hype woman. I love you, Grace. You're going to be a killer maid of honor. She pushes me back and smiles at me. Roman and Haley approach. Haley, Grace says as she throws her purse over her shoulder. You want to grab some ice cream with Auntie Grace while Mama and Roman talk about wedding plans? She winks in Roman and my direction. Her intent is clear to us, but obviously not to Haley. Have fun with Aunt Grace. Not too many sprinkles. She rolls her eyes and bounds off with Grace hand in hand. Roman tucks a stray curl behind my ear. I don't know about you, but I'd really like to take you to bed to consummate our engagement. You know, since we didn't the first time around. I feel the heat start to rise in my cheeks. This man before me is mine. My soon-to-be real husband. What a lucky girl am I. Let's go, Romeo. Take me to bed, I say with a playful tap to his buttocks. He scoops me up and carries me up to our bedroom. After what feels like 500 steps instead of 50, he whips his bedroom door open. We make it inside, and Roman kicks the door shut with his foot. I can't seem to get to him fast enough. I run my hands up his chest, over his shoulders and around his neck, pulling him closer as he backs me against the wall. God, I missed you, Roman growled, nipping at her bottom lip before trailing hot kisses down her jawline to her neck. I don't want to spend another day away from you again. I have no idea how much time passes as Roman devours every inch of my skin with his hungry mouth. His hands are everywhere. He reaches for the hem of my dress and tugs it up slowly. You are so beautiful, he murmurs against the valley between my cleavage. I arch into his touch. In one swift motion, he sweeps me off my feet. I wrap my legs around him as he carries me to the bed. We're a mess of limbs and articles of clothing. He takes extra care, helping me rid myself of the rest of my clothes, and I dutifully return the favor. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. As much as I'd like to stay in this bed with you like this forever, Roman says. Our princess is due home any minute now, and she wants to discuss her flower girl dress with you. My heart dances to a new foreign beat hearing him talk about Haley that way. I gaze up into those eyes that I once thought only held anger, animosity, and stone, but now hold wonder, happiness, and hope. I'll never be ever to thank you enough for loving her the way that you do, for loving us together, as a unit rather. But I will spend the rest of my life trying to repay you for it. His breath hitches and he pulls me in closer. I didn't have a chance in hell of not loving both of you. You both made it so easy. He kisses me passionately until we're torn apart by the sound of the doorbell. Our girl is home. Let the planning begin.
Chapter 30. Haley. I wake up super early, even before the sun is all the way up, because I'm too excited to sleep any longer. Today, I get to be a flower girl again. I hop out of bed and run to the window to see what kind of day it is. The sun is shining and there are only a few fluffy clouds in the sky. It's a perfect day for a wedding. I rush to Mommy and Daddy's room, bouncing on my toes at their door, before I remember to knock gently like Mommy taught me. "Mommy, Daddy, it's wedding day!" I shout as soon as the door opens. Daddy is already up and he looks funny in his fancy clothes. He picks me up and spins me around. Yes, it is my little flower girl. "Are you ready to help us make today special?" "Yes," I giggle, clinging to him before he sets me down. Mommy is getting her hair done in the living room, and she looks like a princess with all the shiny pins and pretty makeup. "Mommy, you look beautiful," I tell her, and her face lights up with a big smile. "Thank you, baby. You look beautiful too. Let's get you ready," she says, and I nod eagerly. Getting ready is so much fun. I wear a dress that's fluffy and white, just like a cloud, and it spins out all around me when I twirl. My hair gets done up with little flowers that match the ones I'm going to sprinkle down the aisle. I feel like a real fairy, especially when Mommy gives me a basket filled with rose petals. They smell so sweet. When it's time to go, we drive to a pretty place with lots of trees and flowers. There are so many people, and they all smile when they see me. I hold my basket tight, ready for my big moment. The music starts, and that's my cue. I walk down the aisle, trying to remember not to rush or start making petal angels. I sprinkle the petals carefully, making everything look pretty. When I reach the front, I look back and see the path I made. It's perfect. Mommy walks down the aisle next, and she's so beautiful. Daddy is waiting for her, and he looks really happy too. They say their special promises, and everyone is quiet, listening. I try to listen too, but I'm also watching the butterflies fluttering around the flowers. After they say, "I do," and everyone claps, Daddy lifts me up, and I feel like I'm flying. "We did it," he says, and I laugh, hugging him tight. The rest of the day is like a party from my storybooks. There's music and dancing, and I eat cake that's almost as tall as I am. I dance with Mommy and Daddy, and we're all laughing and spinning until I'm dizzy. When the night comes and the stars start to twinkle, I'm sleepy, but so happy. Today was the best day ever. Mommy and Daddy are married again, and I was the best flower girl. I can't wait to go to bed and dream about all the fun we had, knowing when I wake up it will be in a home full of so much love. The sun is shining super bright today, just like the big yellow balloons at the street fair. Daddy helped make the fair happen because he's been helping all the shops on this street look new and shiny. He says it's because we all got to help each other to make things better. I think that's really nice of him. We walk down the street, and there are so many colours everywhere. Daddy holds my hand and Mommy's hand, and we all walk together. I'm wearing my favourite pink sneakers that light up when I jump. I jump a lot, so there are lots of lights. There are so many booths with different things to see and do. One booth has a lady making balloon animals, and she twists a shiny purple balloon into a dog for me. I name him Sparkle because he's so shiny. Daddy laughs and ruffles my hair, and I giggle because it tickles. Look, Hayley, there's Mr. Jackson from the bakery. Mommy points to a booth with lots of cookies and cakes. Mr. Jackson waves at us, and his smile is as big as when he puts extra sprinkles on my cookies. We walk over, and he gives me a cookie shaped like a star. For our little star, he says, and I feel all warm and happy inside. As we walk around, I see lots of people Daddy has helped. They all say nice things and smile a lot at us. It makes me proud of Daddy. He's like a superhero, but instead of a cape, he wears suits and ties. Then there's music. A band is playing, and the music makes my feet want to move. Mommy laughs and takes my hand, and we start dancing right there on the street. Daddy joins in, and he's not a super good dancer like Mommy, but he tries, and it's really funny. I can't stop laughing, and I love that Daddy and Mommy are laughing too. It's like the music and dancing brush away any yucky feelings. We spend the whole day at the fair, playing games and eating yummy food. I get my face painted too. A big, sparkly butterfly right on my cheek, so that every time I smile, the butterfly seems to flap its wings. As the day ends and the sky starts to turn all pink and orange like a big fruit smoothie, Daddy lifts me up so I can see over the crowd. You see, Hayley? When we all work together, we can make things beautiful, he says, and I nod because I understand. It's like when I help Mommy in the garden and we plant flowers, and soon there are colours everywhere. I rest my head on Daddy's shoulder as we walk back to the car. I'm a bit sleepy, but really, really happy. I wish every day could be like the fair day, full of music, laughter, and everyone being so nice and happy. I close my eyes and hope I dream about it, so it's like I'm there all over again.